Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Apologize for being just a few moments late. Had a little bit of technical problem this morning, and when you rely on it to run the meeting, you got to have it to run the meeting. I apologize again for that. But anyway, it is customary for the Nash County Board of Commissioners to begin each one of our meetings with a prayer by a sitting commissioner. And during this time, you're certainly welcome to join us, stand and join us in the prayer, or you're welcome to use this time for a moment of silence, or you're welcome to use it for your own prayer, of course. And at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Gwen Wilkins for the invocation, and then Commissioner Wayne Outlaw to do the pledge for us. Commissioner Wilkins.
Let us pray. Dear God, thank you for allowing us to come today to do the business of Nash County. Let us be mindful and respectful of others' opinions and input, and help us to act deliberately and give us insight to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll add to my previous comment on the technical problem that generally it is not a problem with what the county provides for us. It's generally a problem with the operator, I have found, and I'm sure that was the case this morning as well. Right, Mr. Belfield?
You got that right.
Thank you. We had a busy month in October, and we had 5 meetings, and they were October the 4th, October the 12th, October the 13th, October the 15th, and October the 27th. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for any corrections or additions to either of those minutes, or a motion to approve as submitted.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, all
And I'll
5 6, and there's second. Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on any of them anyone had? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Minutes stand approved, and thank you, Madam Clerk, as always. We're now on item number 5, which is public comment, and this is a period of time that we have our first meeting, or really any meeting that we have in this room, for any member of the public to speak about any item you may have on your mind that is not otherwise covered on the agenda. And we do have a sign-up period out front that goes until the time the meeting starts. This morning, we did not have anyone to sign up, I understand. But if someone missed that step of signing up, the board is always pleased to hear from you. So did anyone wish to speak about an item not on the agenda? I just ask you to stand. Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to item number 6, which got word this morning that this gentleman, New Forester, was not going to be available due to a sudden change of plans that he had, and he wished to ask the board to come back in December, so we'll certainly invite him to come in December. Moving on to item number 7, which is a resolution honoring the public service of Brian Haywood Brantley. And if I may, I'm going to call on Commissioner Sue Leggett, who helped put this together, to handle item number 7. Commissioner Leggett?
Good morning, thank you. At this time, the Nash County Board of Commissioners would like to present a resolution honoring the public service of Brian Haywood Brantley, who is the former Emergency Services Director of Nash County and was employed here for over 36 years. He served as Director of Emergency Services for almost 25 years. The resolution was included in our board packet, and at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Duly moved and seconded. I'd like to call for a vote to approve. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to read the resolution aloud, and then following that, I'll call for Brian and his family to come forward and receive this. The resolution reads, Resolution honoring the public service of Brian Haywood Brantley. Whereas Brian Haywood Brantley began his career with Nash County as an Assistant Emergency Services Director on July 1st, 1985, and has diligently and conscientiously served the citizens of Nash County since that time in all aspects of fire, rescue, EMS, 911 communications, and emergency management. And whereas Brian Brantley has served as Director of Nash County Department of Emergency Services since January 1st, 1996, and has primarily been responsible for the efficient operation of our Emergency Services Department. And whereas Brian Brantley was instrumental in the formation of the organization in its infancy and since implemented a strategic plan which represents the department's philosophy with regards to service delivery, staff development, and partnership with other community organizations in order to make a positive difference. And whereas Brian Brantley successfully facilitated the creation of a state-mandated fire inspection program, transitioned to a countywide paramedic level ambulance service, and an enhanced 911 system. And whereas Brian Brantley has established a reputation for his vast knowledge, experience, and ability to address crises impacting the community, including Hurricane Floyd in 1999 and many other major disasters, including 14 presidential declarations. And whereas Brian Brantley has consistently demonstrated his ability to evaluate service delivery to the citizens of Nash County, increase response capabilities, and further enhance services provision. He has served as a valued leader and confidant to the organization's employees. And whereas Brian Brantley was the North Carolina Emergency Association's 2015 recipient of the Colonel Nichols Waters Award, presented for outstanding achievement in a local emergency management program and contributions to the overall good and advancement of emergency management system in the state of North Carolina. He serves as a member of the Nash Community College Public Safety and Emergency Management Advisory Committee and the North Carolina Fire Marshals Association, as well as the North Carolina State Firefighters Association, and is a past president of the North Carolina Emergency Management Association. And whereas Brian Brantley has demonstrated professionalism in his ability to work with the Nash County Fire and Rescue Association, Nash County Fire and Rescue Chiefs, and the Nash County Board of Commissioners to advocate for public safety in Nash County. And whereas his selfless devotion and loyalty to both his job responsibilities and his employees have resulted in his successful leadership and operation of the Nash County Department of Emergency Services. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this resolution be placed in the minutes of the November 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting. The Nash County Board of County Commissioners do hereby express our sincere appreciation for Brian Brantley's years of service to Nash County and its citizens this first day of November 2021. This time go ahead. At this time, I'll ask Brian and his family to come up to the front for a photo.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Board.
for this.
Brian, why don't you walk by the podium here and let each one of us shake your hand, sir, if you would?
Okay,
I appreciate that.
I would like
Say
to
anything you'd like to say, please.
I would like to say thank you to the group that came this morning.
Got a distinguished
for my-
looking group out there.
I've got my brother and sister here, as well as a bunch of brothers and sisters from Nash County Emergency Services sitting back there at the back. All of those I hired or had a part in hiring. Some of those guys are getting old.
That'll be all right.
Mr. Caldwell was here when some of them were hired, but this should be for them. They're the ones that do the work, boots on the ground, and I think they know how much I appreciate them. And I do want to thank my family. There's been a lot of nights away from home and phone calls that scare you at night when you've got ambulances out on the road and you've got hurricanes approaching, and so there's a lot of stress. As you can tell, my hair has paid the biggest price for that, turning gray and falling out. I imagine Mr. Rogers will start seeing the same thing pretty soon happening for him. But thank you again, and I'd be glad to come by and speak to you and shake your hand.
Why don't you just stand right there and let us come by, I think would be more
Okay.
appropriate. Commissioner Leggett, you want to lead us?
Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Thank you. I wish I could have a little more time to work with you. Mr. Coleman. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Great job. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Aaron? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. All right. I won't. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you talking 23 of the 36. And even before then, when I was working for the county, working with y'all. Thank you so much. It was very cooperative, and I've always respected that and appreciated it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And again, thank y'all, and if there's anything I can do to help you, and of course, the organization knows that what little knowledge I might have left that I can remember, I'll be glad to help Mr. Rogers and his staff at any time if they need it. But I feel very confident that we have some of the best leadership in this organization we've ever had. I think I lay down at night and you think about your accomplishments, and first is I've never lied to an employee. First is I've pushed integrity, faith, family, and full-time job. That's a real thing that's in our department. But I feel like our leadership and looking back at the people that we've hired, put them in the right place at the right time, has made Nash County Emergency Services what it is. It's not Brian Brantley. I hate to hear my name mentioned when it should be theirs, but thank you again.
Thank you, sir. All right, back to the agenda. That was item number 7. We'll move to item number 8, which is a public hearing. It is a public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 210902 for the Choplin subdivision. I'll call on Mr. Tyson at this time to present the request. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I will remind the speakers that we do clean the podium between each speaker right on, if you would just pause as you move forward to give Megan a chance to do that for us, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
The board has 3 conditional rezoning requests on your agenda this morning. The first 2 are residential, and the third will be commercial. We'll begin with a residential. This one is in Commissioner Cohn's district. The subject property is highlighted in red on the screen. It is approximately 110 acres owned by the Choplin family. It's located on the west side of South NC Highway 231. It's currently zoned R40, single-family residential. It is south of the town of Middlesex, down in the southernmost tip of Nash County, near the Nash-Johnston County line. If you'll notice on the left side of both the aerial photo and the zoning map, the grayed-in area here is the Johnston County jurisdiction, and of course, this will be the Johnston County line here. The site's been partially cleared for agricultural use and is currently undeveloped. It's a little bit of floodplain along the western edge of the subject property, but it's a minimal impact to the overall property. And there is a potential stream in the narrowest portion here that would require permitting by the state in order to cross. The rezoning request is brought to us this morning by Mr. Thomas White, the prospective developer, along with the Choplin family, who are the property owners. The request is to rezone this property to RA20CZ, specifically for a 142-lot subdivision development, and we'll look at the details of that momentarily. Approving the rezoning request would have 3 primary impacts. First, obviously, it would reduce by half the 40,000 square foot requirement currently applicable to the property and allow the subdivision of 20,000 square foot lots, doubling the potential residential density. There are 9 land uses in the R40 zoning district that would no longer be permitted for development under the new zoning district, the most notable being double-wide manufactured homes, which could be permitted on the property now, but would not be allowed under the proposed new zoning district. And then finally, because this is a conditional rezoning request, the development of the property would be tied to the proposed sketch plan, which we're going to review shortly. And there's the opportunity to attach reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. Before we turn our attention to the proposed subdivision sketch plan, this serves as the required site plan for the conditional rezoning request. As you can see, there are 142 new residential lots proposed, along a network of 6 new interior public roads. These roads provide 2 stub road connections to the property to the north. So that would be a stub road to the north, as well as here at the top of the screen. And then there is a stub road to the property to the south down here. All these lots must meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement and the 100-foot minimum lot width that would be required by the proposed rezoning. What you will notice is that none of these lots are accessed directly along the highway. There is a non-access easement along the back side of these lots, and all these lots would be required to be accessed from the interior road off of the main entrance right here. So none of them will be directly accessed by South NC 231, and there are no proposed or required shared driveways. All lots would have individual driveways. What makes this unique is that this is a residential rezoning in an area that does not have public water service, which is typically a criteria for requesting a residential rezoning for lots smaller than 40,000 square feet. Instead, the developer proposes the use of a private community water system. That system would utilize up to 3 groundwater well sites and would supply piped drinking water to each residential development in the lot. And so if you will note the circles on the large lots throughout the development, there are 3 sites for proposed wells, and those wells would meet the water supply needs for the subdivision. This type of private community water system is permitted and regulated for safety standards by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. Just like Nash County's public water system, they have to meet the same safety standards. Typically, a community water system such as this would be owned and operated not by the developer, but it would be turned over to a private water utility company, which in our region of North Carolina is typically Aqua, would be the operator of the private community water system. I do want to turn our attention to the land use plan. This is an excerpt from the land use plan map. You'll see that the property is primarily designated as suburban growth area. The plan, as the board is very familiar, supports the rezoning of property within that area where public water service is available to either the RA30 or RA20 zoning districts at the board's discretion. In this case, as I've already mentioned, the subject property does not have access to Nash County Public Water Service, which is what is specifically called for by the plan. And the plan does not currently address or recommend the rezoning of property for increased residential density based on the deployment of a private community water system. The board might recall that back in June, you had a request on your agenda made by the Canterbury Construction Group to actually amend the plan to provide support for rezoning in this area for private community water systems. However, that was tabled by the board in July until a point when the applicant could be present, and in the meantime, the applicant has not indicated any further interest in pursuing the request. So there was a previous request to actually amend the plan, but the applicant has not followed through on that. Next, we turn our attention to an analysis of reasonableness and spot zoning. There are arguments both for and against, and if you're following along in your report, the request could be considered reasonable and in the public interest if the board determines that, number one, it is reasonable spot zoning. Obviously, when you look at the zoning map, this is a fairly uniformly green R40 area of Nash County, and so this would be the first establishment of an RA20 zone in this area. If the board felt that this large size, approximately 110 acres, would demonstrate an intentional transition to a higher density residential development in this area in order to accommodate the significant residential pressures that are coming from the western side of Nash County, then it could be considered reasonable. Secondly, the use of a private community water system does, of course, physically remove the need of having an individual well on each lot. And so it does make a 20,000 square foot lot reasonable, because you no longer have to fit the well, the individual well, along with the septic system and repair area. And so physically, it makes it more feasible. The subject property already is and would continue to be zoned for residential use, and approval of the request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but the new zoning district is a little more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses. So those are 4 reasons why the request might be considered reasonable and in the public interest. On the flip side, there are 2 potential reasons why the board might find this to be unreasonable and not in the public interest. The first is just density. As we already noted, this will be the first time that we establish a 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement in this particular area of the county. And so the first question the board needs to ask itself is this appropriate? Is this an appropriate area for higher density development at this time? And then secondly, if you think about the large area that's designated as a suburban growth area in the county, what has been a limiting factor up to now has been the existence of the county water lines, which to a great degree is determined by the county itself. Approving this would effectively open the entire suburban growth area for requests for rezoning anytime a developer wants to propose a private community water system. And that's not to say that that is necessarily in and of itself a bad thing, but up to now, the county has somewhat been in the driver's seat by determining where the public water lines go. and this would certainly open up a much larger area, and I'm not sure that that's something that was previously considered when we adopted the current land use plan. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this on September 2 and September 30th and recommended denial of the request for 2 reasons. Number one, it's inconsistent with the recommendations of the land use plan. As I noted, the land use plan's never been revised to include a mention or guidelines for private community water systems. And then number 2, as I also mentioned, the concern that approving this request would effectively open the entire suburban growth area for higher density residential rezoning in a way that was not previously considered. The Technical Review Committee concludes its recommendation by stating that the relationship between private community water systems and residential rezonings should be studied further during the current land use plan. And of course, we are already in talks with Stewart, our consultant working on the land use plan, in the hopes that that plan will result in recommendations and guidelines for how the county should address future proposals for private community water systems. The Planning Board considered this request on September 20th. At that time, they voted to table it for further consideration on October 18th. On the original date, September 20th, the following members of the public addressed the board with concerns about the request, including potential light pollution, the effect on property values, water runoff, and the effect on the existing local wells and water supply. Those property owners were Lee Kokanis, the owner of nearby property to the south on Highway 231, Danny Benson, and Melba Whitman, who are residents of Bissett Road. And of course, Bissett Road goes off to the east up here on the opposite side of Highway 231. With a split vote of 5-3, the Planning Board recommended approval of the request, breaking with the TRC recommendation. And they also recommended the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below. This will be a one motion process. You'll recall that this has been somewhat streamlined by changes to the state statutes in recent months. There is a motion in your packet for the approval of the rezoning that comes with a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness to be adopted at the same time. There is also a motion to deny with a related statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. In the event that the board votes to approve, both the TRC and the Planning Board suggest the attachment of 4 conditions. Those conditions are listed at the top of page 14. Number 1, the subject property should be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan. Number 2, the property may be developed for all the land uses permitted in the RA20 zoning district. Number 3, I mentioned that stream crossing that would be permitted by the state. The subject property should be evaluated for the presence of jurisdictional wetlands and/or riparian stream buffers. And of course, number 4, significant or substantial changes to the design could trigger the need for re-review and approval by either the Technical Review Committee, the Planning Board, or even by this board, depending on the significance of the change. And with that, I'll conclude the staff report and be glad to take any questions that the board has.
Any questions from commissioners at this time?
Yeah, I have one.
Mr. Belfield?
You mentioned reasonable spot zoning. What's criteria which you use in reasonable spot zoning?
So if spot zoning is not illegal under the North Carolina state statutes, if it was, there would be no way to start a new district in an area where it hasn't been before. When we consider whether or not it's reasonable, we think about one criteria is whether it is compliant with the land use plan that's been laid out by the county commissioners. In this case, it does not appear to be. We also consider the potential effects on the neighboring and surrounding properties. And in that regard, the property will continue to be residential in nature. The lots will be smaller than what is surrounding it, but also the land uses will be a little bit more restricted. So in thinking about spot zoning, personally, as the planning director, I don't think that it will impose a huge burden on the surrounding properties. But I am more concerned with the fact that it is not consistent with the land use plan and that this would, set a precedent that would encourage further requests about private community water systems.
Has that been discussed with the people that are requesting this zone?
Yes. And they've appeared before the planning board twice, so there's been a pretty involved discussion on this one.
Other questions from board members? Mr. Arrington?
Just one. Okay, suppose, well, right now, like I said, the county water system doesn't reach that area. So one day we happen to get to that point, then would it possibly be that the residents or the subdivision manager would either be, say like when we normally do residents, they have the opportunity to hook on at a certain price. I guess we would probably, that's a question.
I think that when and if the Nash County Public Water System extends to that western side of the county, the most typical thing that would happen, and that what we've seen with the northern Nash water system, is that the county would probably negotiate with the operator at that time to investigate the acquisition of the system and just buying the system and incorporating it into the county. I don't think that the county, and maybe I'm speaking for public utilities, I don't think the county would offer to run parallel water lines inside the subdivision that's already served by a private operator. So I think the most likely outcome would be a negotiation for the county to just acquire the system and take it over and connect it with our system when we get to that point.
Others? Adam, two questions. You're using the word typically private operators take over a system like that. Is that typical mean it is required in our ordinance, or does that mean you're just saying that's the way you generally see it?
My understanding is that the state requires each system to have a designated trained operator. And so when I say typically, I suppose it is possible for a private developer to hire their own, but I don't think it happens often because there are entities like Aqua that have the trained personnel that can do it. So a developer could be his own operator, but I don't think it happens frequently.
Okay, all right. And the second thing, if I understood you right, you used the term light pollution as a comment.
Correct.
Just as a education feature, what exactly does that mean?
I think that a nearby property owner was concerned about the possibility of street lamps and the visibility of those beyond the property. Of course, Nash County in our Unified Development Ordinance has a requirement that any light on the property must be directed onto that property and not directly to a surrounding area. And so we anticipate that that would accommodate that and take care of that concern.
Do we have an ordinance that requires street lights?
We do not.
Okay, that's what was my thinking. Okay, thank you. Anything else to add, Mr. Tyson?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, sir. This time I'll call for a motion to go into public hearing on this rezoning request.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner,
You. I said it. Me and Wayne.
okay. Commissioner Combs made the motion, Commissioner Outlaw seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to hear anything that a member of the public may wish to say about this rezoning request, either for or against. We would ask that you come forward and state your name and address for the record, and we would be glad to hear from you. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Brian Pridgeon. I'm with the law firm of Colley, Pridgeon, and Wilson, representing the city of Wilson. Thank you for allowing me to speak a few minutes this morning. I'll keep my comments brief. One of the things I would direct you to on the maps you've been provided, the city of Wilson is actually the largest property owner abutting these parcels. The western boundary is the city of Wilson's, along with the portion that comes in between the two parcels that you see on your screen. The reason the city is a property owner at this location, when Buckhorn Reservoir was developed, the Army Corps of Engineers required the city to acquire and develop a riparian buffer for feeder creeks to Buckhorn. On that western boundary is Moccasin Creek, which feeds directly into Buckhorn. And then there's also a tributary that may potentially run across in between these two parcels. So that's why you see it kind of chopped in half. There's a little protected area there. So the city's concern in this development matter is the water quality issues that could potentially come from this development. You're going to have 142 septic tanks on this property that could certainly impact the Buckhorn Reservoir and the public water drinking supply of the city of Wilson and portions of Johnson County. You also have impervious surface that's going to be created by this development. We would ask you to consider carefully the comments of your own TRC committee that recommended against this development based on your current land use plan. I think the issue here goes beyond just this one development. As I mentioned to you, this could open the door to many other high-density developments, 20,000 square foot lots, all with septic tank because there is no public sewer out here. And that is a requirement of your ordinance, that there either be public water or public sewer to rezone to this lot size. These developments have neither. The NC State Extension Office typically recommends 1 acre lot sizes for septic systems, which is about 40,000 square feet. These would now be 20,000, which could present issues of failing septic systems and where you would relocate those, and groundwater quality control issues. There's also, not seen on your plats this morning, Flower Hill Nature Preserve, which is a little bit, I believe, further south of this property. It's not an abutting property, but it is, would be affected by it. We've had some limited conversations with the owner of that property. I think they may have tried to email you guys this morning. They were not able to be here, but they would like to have an opportunity to voice their concerns about this project as well. They have some protected species on that property, and they're very concerned about the water impacts. This will discharge up to 24 million gallons a year of groundwater into Buckhorn, in addition to any potential risk of septic tank failure that could have a high impact on the Buckhorn Reservoir. Finally, we were in contact late last week with your planning department on the notices provided to the city. We understand notices of your planning board meetings were sent to the PO box for the city. Unfortunately, those either didn't get there or didn't make it to the right person. So the city didn't receive actual notice until last week. So we did not have an opportunity to appear at your planning board meetings, offer any comment, and express any concerns about the environmental impacts. So we would ask today, number one, to follow the advice of your TRC committee and deny this rezoning, not open the door to this high-density type development with septic systems in this area. But at a minimum, please, too, refer it back to your planning board for further comment and study and an opportunity for the city to participate in those discussions, offer some commentary on the environmental impacts, and possibly have some impact on the conditions that are attached to this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Megan, any other speakers you would move forward? Morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the applicant and the owner for this particular property. A couple of things just wanted to point out is one, the proximity location that this property sits in relation to Johnston County, which is around 2,000 feet down Highway 231. So it's immediately adjacent to a significantly growing area that's coming from Johnston County. One of the things that we did look at were there were multiple property owners on Bissett Road that complained about their current shallow wells that they had there. And so it kind of led to the idea that the community water system would be a better fit for this location. At roughly 110 acres, I believe the property is, we would be allowed to do right at 110 homes currently. So that would be 110 private wells on each individual lot that would be drawn from that water supply versus the community water system that we would have that would be owned and operated by a public, privately owned utility. And that way, if there were any issues with the well sites or things like that, or the water supply, then that company would be responsible for it and in charge of providing water to those citizens, and not each individual lot trying to figure out what to do with their particular well. I would like to point out that the city of Wilson, I guess, protective area is to the west of us, and it includes a portion of this property. So when Buckhorn was developed, obviously the Division of Water Quality was involved in that process, and that's why those pieces of property are currently owned, is to protect their interest there. So any, I guess, need for protection of the water supply has already been taken into account when the property was purchased, and that's why those buffers are there where they're shown. So any additional measures would not be needed or required in this particular location. As far as stormwater goes, we are in the Noose buffer area, so we will be required to go to the Division of Water Quality for stormwater permits. So any issues with stormwater runoff, things like that, will be handled directly by the state. And septic systems throughout, I guess, Nash County have historically been allowed on 20,000 square foot lots, both the septic and repair areas in case the current septic system does fail or require to be on that lot, and will be, I guess, evaluated by a licensed soil scientist, but ultimately approved by Nash County. So I'll be happy to answer any further questions you have on this project.
Questions of Mr. Varnell from board members? Kevin, to make sure the board understands your first comment, which was about the amount of land that was bought for the reservoir. So you're saying there was, in your opinion, there was sufficient buffer bought by the city of Wilson to protect them and their water supply, and it was probably a requirement at that point in time, without any additional restrictions put on any development in Nash County?
That was my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And of course, your main point is that sewer systems or the whether the sewer system will work or not, it is not the responsibility of this board. It's the responsibility of our health department, and they do the proper evaluation to make sure it will support not only the septic tank but the needed area for a repair area if needed in the future.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this rezoning request? Last call. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time. Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now closed. Any other comments a board member wishes to make on this, or any questions they have of staff? Mr. Lamb, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have sufficient service, and I'd like to hear from the county attorney whether sending it to a P.O. box constituted proper service.
Mr. Darrell?
I would certainly think it was, if that's their advertised P.O. box. I mean,
Okay.
I think that works.
Thank you.
Other questions or other comments? Ms. Tyson, you have anything else?
No, sir.
I'm just a little curious before we take a vote on this. We had a little conversation end of last week based on the memory of a elderly gentleman, been myself, about some connection with Johnson County, potential water service out of Johnson County. Did we see anything in that conversation and what the attorney was able to find that would add any comment to this particular rezoning, or was it in another part of the county where it joined?
It is northwest of this particular site, but that was an agreement that appeared to allow a limited area of Nash County directly along the border with Johnston County to be served and have access to a Johnston County water line. But it was not in this particular area. It was a little to the northwest above Middlesex.
So it is a possibility that something could be looked at along that line if so desired in this particular case.
And it would require the cooperation and agreement of both county boards, I believe, to make that happen.
Right. Do we know if anything ever happened out of that? I see we've got it documented now, but do we have any users?
Don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Mr. Boone, do you happen to know, sir? I see you in the audience.
I just know the lines are present. I'm not aware of any conversation with Johnson County about any further extension of their water distribution system.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have a precedent where we work with adjoining county to allow them to serve part of Nash County if it was in the interest of both. And that's what I had them to research, because I just felt like there was something, of course, I thought was 5 years ago, and it was 11 years ago, something like that, but that's pretty typical. Okay, that's all I had. Pleasure to the board.
Mr.
Or
Chairman.
any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
at this point, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners deny the rezoning, conditional rezoning request for the reasons the TRC has presented to us. That'd be my motion.
A second.
And that would include the findings
Yes, sir.
listed under the denial part.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions? I have a motion and a second by Mr. Wilkins. Any questions on the
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir, please.
Could we just, for the purposes of being precise, under number 2 on page 15, where it says it is unreasonable and not in the public interest, the report gives 2 reasons. One has to do with the proposed density, and the other has to do with the concept of the private community water system. I just want to make sure we clarify for the purposes of future discussion. Is that motion to deny for both reasons or for just one of those reasons?
Both reasons.
Both reasons. Thank you.
Well, one reason would lead to the next reason anyway. If you had public water available, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue.
Right.
As near an issue, but I understand your point. All right, everybody understand the motion?
I got one question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Belfield.
One, Mr. Tyson, under what conditions could this area be developed?
If the board denies the rezoning, it could be developed with a private community water system, but it would have to be developed at the current density level, which is 40,000 square foot lots, almost an acre per lot. And so that's the way it is today, and that's the way it would remain if the board adopts the motion that is before it currently.
Just clear, Mr. Belfield? Okay. Mr. Collins?
Just to comment, there's other ways to develop this property. Maybe a water line from Middlesex, or, 40,000 square foot lots and wells and septic tanks. We're not trying to stop development, but we're just trying to do it the right way.
Got a motion and a second. Any other comments on the motion?
That's exactly why I asked the question I asked.
Okay.
It's not a matter of trying to stop the development, but what they need to do in order to develop it.
And concerned that we need one or the other available. Okay. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Opposed?
Motion carries on a 6-1 vote. Next item is item number 9, which is a additional public hearing. Conditional rezoning request for CZ 210801 for the Green Pond Loop subdivision. Mr. Tyson.
This is another residential rezoning. It is similar in the fact that the starting zone is R40 and the proposed zone is RA20CZ. The subject property is outlined in red, zoomed in on the property on the left-hand side on the aerial photo, and then the zoning map on the right-hand side of your screen provides a little more context with it displayed along with some other recent rezonings that have been approved by the county. Subject property is about 238 acres. It's owned by L&F Farms, and as you can see, it's located on both sides of Green Pond Loop Road. And the green color here on the zoning map indicates that it is zoned R40. This property is northeast of the town of Bailey in the area known as the Green Pond community. You can see in the aerial photo the site is partially cleared. It currently includes one dilapidated dwelling at 10278 Green Pond Loop Road, a manufactured home at 10539, and the former site of a removed manufactured home at 10673. Property is north of and immediately adjacent to the Joyce Belcher subdivision, and that would be right here on the eastern side of Green Pond Loop Road. That was developed between 2001 and 2002. On the west side, directly across Green Pond Loop Road from that development is the Belcher Land Company subdivision. That was developed in 2013. And of course, because those properties were not rezoned, all of those lots were subject to the currently required 40,000 square foot minimum lot size. There are several areas around the perimeter of the property that would not be developable due to wetlands related to the adjacent White Oak Swamp, Toys Knot Swamp, and the Beaver Dam Creek. There are also some mapped stream features on the property that need to be evaluated for riparian buffer requirements prior to its actual development. The site is in the Neuse River and River Basin, and the WS3 PA Watershed Protection Overlay District, meaning that without exercising a high-density stormwater option, 20,000 square feet would be the minimum size that would be permitted. There's an electrical transmission line that runs east to west across the property with a related easement for the power company. You can see that most clearly in this break in the trees here, and then it continues on across the property in that fashion. The property, as I already mentioned, is located in the same general vicinity as several other tracts that the board has recently rezoned to an RA20 conditional zoning classification. If you look at the zoning map, first off, there was the Williams Ridge subdivision in this vicinity, the very large Williams Grove development that was approved for here. We moved to the north, you've got the Whitley Crossing Phase 1 and Phase 2, and the Strickland Road subdivision, which is up here. And then off in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is the Seamster subdivision. And I forget what, I think this one might have been called the Old Smithfield Road subdivision, but those are two long parcels on Old Smithfield Road that have also been approved for a 20,000 square foot development. The East Group is the applicant here on behalf of the prospective developer, the CT Williams Corporation. As already mentioned, they'd like to rezone this property to RA20CZ, which is the equivalent of the yellow that you see already established in other areas on the screen. It is proposed for the development of a 204-lot Green Pond Loop Road subdivision. Just like the last one, this would reduce the square footage required per lot by half, resulting in higher residential density. Double-wide mobile homes are permitted now, but would no longer be permitted after the rezoning. The development of the property would be tied to the subdivision sketch plan we're about to review. And because it's a conditional rezoning, there's of course the opportunity to attach reasonable site-specific conditions with the consent of the applicant. If we turn our attention to the actual site plan, you'll see that these are the 204 new residential lots. All those lots would need to meet or exceed the standard 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100 foot minimum lot width of the requested zone. 70 of these lots would be accessed directly from the existing Green Pond Loop Road. So the existing state road is Green Pond Loop. You can follow it around the development right here. 70 of those 204 lots would be accessed directly from there. The other 134 lots would be accessed from a network of 9 new interior roads that also provide a stub road connection right here to the otherwise landlocked interior property below it that does not have access directly on the Green Pond Loop Road. Although the development of the subdivision, as you know, we count 10 additional vehicle trips per day per every new lot, would definitely result in more than 1,000 vehicle trips per day on Green Pond Loop Road. This particular road is technically not subject to the additional lot width requirements that we usually see because the DOT does not classify it as a local road. As a minor collector. They do classify it as a local road. In order to be subject to the additional lot width that's triggered with more than 1,000 cars per day, it has to at least be considered as a minor collector. I've spoken with an NC DOT congestion management engineer. He advised that due to this road's layout as a loop, that's only intended to serve the immediately adjacent properties, it's unlikely, even with the development of this subdivision, that it will ever be reclassified as a minor collector. Essentially, unlike most of the other roads that we have looked at RA20 rezoning zone, this one is not part of a larger network because there will never be through traffic. Everybody who turns on the Green Pond Loop Road is headed to a destination on Green Pond Loop Road because of its nature as a loop. And so that exempts it from the higher lot width requirements that typically we talk about. Also, it would be no need for a waiver here, so all of the lots would have individual driveways. There are no proposed shared driveways. The sketch plan includes a lot toward the middle that's designated for recreational space and a lot designated down here on the eastern side for the shared mailbox kiosk that will be required by the Postal Service. Of course, the developer here will be required to construct new water lines within the subdivision to connect each new lot to our existing public water system. As we turn our attention to the land use plan, much like the last site, this property is in the suburban growth area. It is actually on the border between the suburban growth area and the rural growth area. So you can see the color change here from the yellow to the green. So it is the furthest extent of the suburban growth area, but that is how it's classified. The land use plan supports the rezoning of property located within this area where public water service is available to either RA30 or the requested RA20 at the board's discretion. This particular development would have access to a potential connection to a Nash County 4-inch water line that serves this subdivision on the western side of Green Pond Loop Road. There is also a 6-inch water line that runs along West Orange Church Road, and so the developer could take advantage of that from either direction in order to serve this, but the connection to county water would be a requirement. And then finally, permitting higher density development here will help to accommodate the significant residential growth that is anticipated for the area. If we turn our attention back to the zoning map, this request could be considered reasonable and in the public interest because it is consistent with the ongoing transition of this general area to an RA20 residential density. As I mentioned, the areas in yellow have all recently been rezoned to a similar zoning classification for development with similar lot sizes. The subject property already is and will continue to be used for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. And approval of the request will permit smaller minimum lot sizes and increased density, but it's also more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this request on August the 4th and on September 30th and recommended approval of the request, as well as a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. The Technical Review Committee highlighted one sketch plan revision that it requested be required. And that sketch plan revision is if you will note this very skinny portion of the subject property right here on the north side of Green Pond Loop Road, it prevents or disconnects this larger property from having access to the road. So in much the same way that the Technical Review Committee asked for a stub road connection to this property, the Technical Review Committee has asked that the developer along this little skinny portion establish a minimum 50-foot wide access and utility easement. That easement would have 10-foot wide construction easements along either side from the public right-of-way of Green Pond Loop. And the purpose of that easement is to allow this property owner formal access. He has a farm path currently, so there's prescriptive access, but this would formalize that access agreement, and it would also provide for the potential construction of a road to serve that lot. And so the TRC recommends approval of the design as is, but with the additional requirement that the developer provide that access easement as described in the report across this very skinny portion to that property, which is owned by Green Pond Swine Farm Incorporated. The planning board considered this request on October 18th. One of our sitting planning board members, Mr. Jimmy Glover, is the representative for this adjacent property. So of course, he appropriately requested that the board recuse him from that decision so that he could participate as the representative of the adjacent property owner. He also requested the establishment of the access and utility easement that's recommended by the TRC, and there were no other members of the public who addressed the board. With a split vote of 6-1, the planning board recommended approval of the request and the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness that you have in your packet, and it would be subject to the recommended development conditions, including the establishment of the access and utility easement. If you will note at the top of page 26, there is a list of 8 conditions that are suggested for this request. That the property would be developed in accordance with the sketch plan. It may be developed for any of the land uses permitted in the RA20 zoning district. All the residential lots must be served by Nash County Public Water. All new road names must be reviewed and approved by emergency services prior to their official assignment. The developer shall submit a stream buffer determination issued by the state. There are a number of lots that will include a 5-foot wide non-access easement to make sure that they are accessed by the new interior roads and not by the existing state road, Green Pond Loop Road. And then, of course, any significant or substantial changes could trigger a re-review or a need for a reapproval. This is a one-motion process. Again, a motion to either approve or deny. I do want to note that condition number 7 on page 26 would require the access and utility easement that was requested by both the TRC and the planning board. The applicant has not agreed to that condition as of yet. And of course, conditions require the consent of the applicant. And so what we will want to hear from the public hearing is whether the applicant consents to condition number 7. And if not, that will need to be removed and the board will have to consider this request without that requirement. And with that, I will take any questions that you have on the staff report.
Questions from Mr. Tyson from board members?
Mr. Chairman.
Adam, I'm sure you said it. What, is this in the urban growth area or what area of the county is it?
It's in the suburban growth
Suburban
area.
growth area. Because it has public water
It's
available.
eligible for consideration for rezoning to 20,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lamb?
Just wondering what the current land use is for the parcel owned by Green Pond Swine Farm LLC.
It was previously used as a hog farm, and it has a closed-out lagoon on it, and there's no other development on it currently.
Thank you.
I do not know that. I know it's in your commissioner district. I would assume for,
Bailey.
it's in Bailey Elementary, and then, of course, it would be Southern Nash for middle and high school.
Any other questions? Not, I entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter. Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to hear from anyone in the public that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning request. We would simply ask that you come forward, state your name and address for the record, and the board would be pleased to hear from you. Who wants to speak first, if anyone? Please come forward, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, madams and sir. My name is Jim Hobbs. My brother and I have inherited the landlocked piece of property just south of the rezoning request here. Apologize for being late to the table on deliberations. This is the first opportunity I've had to come before any boards and address my concerns. This piece that my brother and I now own from my mother has been farmed for many decades, probably centuries. But at any rate, it is leased to a farmer at this point, and the access that he uses to get his equipment in and out of the field area is the northwest corner of our property. So now I appreciate the addition of the stub road. My concern for access is the width of the road, and then that stub road, and then the other road that goes east-west to connect to Loop Road. Are those roads wide enough for typical farm equipment? If not, then I'd be concerned about the width of the road. And then also, even if it is wide enough, are there any provisions for no parking? I'm sorry, but I'm trying to address the planning fellow in addition to y'all. I should be watching y'all, I'm sorry. Anyway, the width of the road, and then if it is wide enough, is there a provision for no parking along that way so that farm equipment can indeed access the property as it currently can at that northwest corner, which is no longer going to be available. Right now, there's a farm path from, I think, the dilapidated building that was mentioned to that corner for access. So that's all I wanted to bring to the attention of the folks that need to think about it.
Mr. Hobbs, if I'm not mistaken, you said you and your brother inherited the property just north.
I meant south, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it is south.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I just
South,
want to
and
clear that up.
the subject property we're talking about is north and east of my property.
Right, that's what I thought, but that north area has a little artistic
It's the land.
aspect to it, and I wasn't sure which way was north.
Yeah,
but
I'm
it
sorry.
is to the top of the map. I'm good. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So our property is landlocked. There's no access to the loop road.
Gotcha. So it's to the south of it. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for listening.
Next speaker. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for letting me be here today. Michelle Clements with the East Group, working with Mr. Williams on this development. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. One is Mr. Williams has agreed to allow the easement connection to the property to the north. It's not shown on this sketch plan, but we're in agreement with allowing that easement.
Okay.
Second comment is the roadway we're stubbing out to the south to the adjacent property would be a 20-foot wide pavement roadway with a 60-foot right-of-way. We think that would be reasonable or enough to provide access to the property. The development has, we have done some traffic analysis on it, just to think about safety, because we are concerned with any development we do, and we have someone here to speak to that if a question comes up. But we feel like it's a good use of the plan, and it's, as you'll see, there's a lot of wetlands and other conservation easement type areas around it that we're going to be staying out of. But I'm here and available to answer any questions you may have.
What is the total acreage of the tract? What's the top?
238.
And on 238, we're putting
204 lots.
204 lots. So the average is actually over an acre. Tad bit, okay. Other questions from commissioners of this speaker, which is the engineer? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have others that wish to speak on this matter? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, I'm Will Ferris. I represent Mr. Williams. I'm an attorney out of Wilson. I just wanted to point out a couple things about this particular plan, which I think are important to remember. One of the things is that there's 29 lots in excess of 30,000 rather than the 20,000. So there are lots that are larger, and there are 2 lots that are excess of 54,000. And so they're not cookie cutter all 20,000. So if you look at the last page, it actually gives the lot size on each one. And so it is kind of nice to have that variation in lot size. Obviously, in a lot of these developments, there's going to be variations, but there's some pretty big variations here. And then the last thing I'll point out, and I'm happy to answer any questions, is Adam did point out one section in this saying that by passing this, it allows, it takes away from the ability to use, to have manufactured homes, double-wide manufactured homes. But it also, when you change this, it takes away the ability to have solar farms. It takes away the ability to have any type of large telephone structures as well. And so the switch, not only, it does take down the lot size, but it does cut out some of the things that potentially would not be good for developing in the future. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, Mr. Ferris, on this matter?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have anyone else that wishes to speak on this rezoning?
Good evening, or good morning. My name is Nate Boakman with Ramey Kemp & Associates. I was the transportation engineer helping out on the project. I believe a lot of it's already been covered by Mr. Tyson, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
You are the transportation engineer?
Yes, sir. So we were looking.
Transportation, okay.
Yeah, we were looking at the road network out there to make sure it could support the additional homes here that we are proposing. And with the nature of the loop road, we didn't see any issue with the traffic volumes that the road would be carrying. And so we don't see any issues with that.
What is the current speed limit on that loop road? Do we know?
I don't know if it is currently signed. So
that means it'd be 55.
Yeah, it would default to that. Yes.
Did you see any concern with sight distance, particularly where you've located the mailboxes with so many people going in and out of there, been in close proximity of the curve, or is that enough distance you think to not become an issue?
We didn't directly look at the site distance. I believe the site engineer may have looked at that. But we wouldn't expect that to be an issue with that being located right near the intersection there.
Other questions from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, seconded by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now closed. Are there any other questions of staff or Mr. Tyson from a board member?
I've got one more question.
Sure.
Remind me of when is the estimated completion date for our land development plan revisions?
July to August of 2022.
Okay.
Other comments? Mr. Tyson, would you go through the items listed under a motion to approve and under a motion to disapprove this particular request for us one more time, please?
Okay. In both cases, you will be asked to adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. Under that, number 1, which talks about its consistency with the plan, it's consistent because it's designated suburban growth area. It has access to county water, so it's eligible for rezoning to RA20, and permitting higher density residential development will help accommodate the residential growth anticipated for this area. And then you would be asked to determine whether it's reasonable and in the public interest. And for an approval, the planning board recommends that the request is not unreasonable spot zoning because it's consistent with the ongoing transition we see in this area to an RA20 residential density, citing the examples of those previously approved subdivision rezonings. The subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, and approval of the request will permit smaller minimum lot areas. And if it's an approval, the board has suggested 8 conditions, which I went over in detail during my report. And what we have learned since then is that the applicant has consented to condition number 7, which would specifically require that access easement that was requested by the TRC and the planning board. A motion to deny would also need a statement of plan consistency. And in order to deny, the board would need to determine that the request is either inconsistent with the plan, it's unreasonable, or it's not in the public interest. And the reasons that you would cite for that would be the appropriateness of the requested density, the specifics of the subdivision design, or a general determination that it is incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding areas.
Thank you, sir. I believe you said you had one planning board vote in opposition. Do you recall what that concern was?
If I had to, I'm not sure it was stated, but if I had to extrapolate based on previous voting patterns, I would say it was a preference for 30,000 square foot lots over 20,000.
I was only interested if there was a specific reason.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So there was not a specific reason? Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Other questions of Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Tyson, do you know how many of these lots we've already approved in this other subdivisions to date? Do you know how many we've got approved?
Not off the top of my head.
Best I recall, somewhere in the neighborhood of 500.
That would be closer to 700.
Okay.
That's a number I could easily get for you, but I don't have it in my head right now.
And our options here today are approve, disapprove, or table.
Correct.
Other questions?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking that we had moved beyond developing along road frontage, and the land development plan would actually kind of solidify that thinking. But this particular proposal has 70 homes proposed on road frontage
Right.
of the over 200.
And that's
And I
because,
understand what the DOT says,
right.
but the DOT cannot give you a definite.
So it was not, we were not aware that there was a classification lower than a minor collector. So initially, we applied the 1,000 vehicle limit here and requested that the lots be wider. It was the transportation engineer who addressed you that pointed out to us that our regulations do not apply for a local road, and that this was classified that way because it was a loop road. The Technical Review Committee is considering a text amendment that would take out that exemption and simply treat every state road that has over 1,000 vehicles per day the same. And so we plan to put that on your agenda for next month. But to your point, the way we have enforced those regulations prior to learning about this loophole has been to require wider and fewer lots that are accessed along a state public road.
Well, I think the right way to develop a subdivision, after many months of looking at a lot of these, is with interior infrastructure and not along the road frontage. That's just my opinion.
Well, Mr. Tyson, we've got a change condition here that this board wasn't aware of until what you just stated, that it been a classification of roads that apparently staff nor planning board nor us knew was available.
Correct.
And it kind of has changed the whole philosophy this board has adopted. So if you say you got a technical amendment coming, would not, it seems to me, I won't ask you the question, but it seems to me to be wise to table this matter and let that text amendment catch up with where we are today.
That's certainly an option that the board has.
Well, I guess I'm a little disappointed that all that wasn't given to us in the beginning.
Correct.
And instead of us, I feel like almost picking it out of you. No reflection on you, and I know how things work, but I think this board would really appreciate all knowledge of any rezoning or any text amendment that may have been thought about in the planning process so we can make the right decision at this level. But that seemed to me to be the wise thing to do, is see what the text amendment's going to look like when it comes from the planning board. But I'm just thinking that. Any other questions of Mr. Tyson? Mr. Bellfield?
I guess it's more of a comment, though. I notice we are getting a lot of zoning requests in the southern part of the county, and many of them want to change from R40 to R20. Most of the time we vote R30. I'm just wondering about developers and the planning department maybe having a workshop or something to help them to understand. And a lot of these requests probably wouldn't come to us as they are. I know we have that authority to approve. If the planning board deny, we can approve, you know, and we can go along with the planning board. But that's one thing that's been concerning me. And I've been thinking about what is the solution to it. And maybe it's a get together of your planning department and all the developers that's interested in developing, because I remember when we first did the zoning, we zoned the whole county. The southern part basically zoned agriculture. And it's beginning to change, but maybe we could improve on the way we're doing it.
Mr. Belfield, I hope what you just described is a derivative of our revision of the Land Development Code over the next few months as we work on it. Because
Well, I
it
knew
is
we were supposed to have been working on it, but I hadn't seen an update on it yet.
well, maybe at the end of the
It may be
meeting.
something I missed.
Right. Well, at the end of this public hearing and at the next one, I'll ask Mr. Tyson to update us where he is on that because it is underway and it is a joint committee between the planning board and the Board of Commissioners. All right, other questions of Mr. Tyson? Pleasure of the board on this matter? Does the motion carry a specific time or table until such time as the text amendment has caught up with us?
Table until we have the text amendment in front of us for all runs.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Does the applicant fully understand what action we took?
I'll get with the applicant, make sure
Okay.
that they understand.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to item number,
Did you say you wanted a quick update on the land use plan, or is that at a different time?
after the next public hearing. I won't
Okay.
finish my public hearings, and then we'll do that.
All right.
Can we make a statement to the commission?
Sir, it would be out of order, but we are a user-friendly board, so if you would like. Do I have any opposition from a board member to allow him to make a statement?
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's going to be up to the chair. Mr. Chairman, may I make a point?
It's out of order, sir, but we usually try to be user-friendly, so please come forward and make your point, sir.
Just briefly, I want to be clear that the board made a decision to table it, but the vote, the application would not be based, the application would not be based on the new recommendations. In other words, what I was just saying to Adam is that even if you make a change the next meeting, this would fall under the old rules.
Or
So
any.
I just wanted to make sure.
Or any changes that you wish to make to it, sir, in the meantime.
Or any changes that's correct.
Right.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
But I was just saying that this would be under the old, it's not, I don't know if that was really clarified.
We understand that,
Okay.
but it would, quite frankly, to be frank with you, I'm trying to keep it from being denied, but look, we'll move from there.
I understand.
Mr. Tice, we'll continue with item number 10.
What characterizes the third one as being different from the other two is the fact that this is a commercial rezoning. It is still conditional use. The property is a .714 acre portion of attractive land owned by Robert E. Perry. It's located south of and immediately adjacent to his current residence at 5274 North Halifax Road. And as you can see from the light green color, it's currently zoned R30. This property is just north of the municipal limits of the town of Dorches. If you look at the zoning map, you'll see the outer edge of Dorches' town limits in gray at the bottom of the screen. Mr. Perry, the applicant, his residence is located here on the immediately adjacent property to the north. And what you notice is that yellow property line that crosses through the house. That is a issue that will need to be remedied through a recombination plat to relocate that property line. Mr. Perry is a wholesale dealer of used motor vehicles, and what he would like to do is officially relocate his motor vehicle dealer's license issued by the state from a site that is currently inside the city of Rocky Mount to the garage office that is located just to the south of his home on the subject property right there. To that end, Mr. Perry submitted this commercial rezoning request to rezone the property to RCCZ, Rural Commercial Conditional Zone, specifically for motor vehicle sales. The conditional nature of the request allows for the attachment of conditions, and of course, if approved, the property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed site plan. Mr. Perry has employed Mr. Donald Hillhorst as a local land surveyor to recombine the property and to relocate the property line that currently bisects the house slightly to the south. So we're still going to begin and end with two different lots, but that property line that's currently straight from the front to the back would be adjusted as such. Then this recombination plat serves as the basis for the area that is to be rezoned, which is the reconfigured Lot 4. So if we just look at the area that is subject to be rezoned, as highlighted in red, the applicants proposed this site plan. It has a yellow designated parking area for the vehicles around the garage office building, which is right here. So this is the structure. This is the designated parking area. There's a second building in the rear back here. There's a 15-foot wide buffer and a 6-foot high opaque fence requirement for screening to the adjacent residentially zoned properties to the south and the west. So here where you see the fence line denoted by the X's along the property line, that would be a 6-foot high opaque screening fence to block the view from this direction and from the rear. The land development plan designates this entire area as suburban growth area denoted by the yellow color. This request is consistent with some recommendations of the plan for establishing a non-residential land use in the area because the land use would be limited. It's a conditional rezoning, so the development of the property would be restricted to motor vehicle sales only and only in accordance with the approved site plan. And secondly, the property does have frontage along and direct access to North Halifax Road, which is a state-maintained secondary road. However, the request is inconsistent with other recommendations of the plan because number one, the property is not located at a major intersection. Number two, the property is not located in proximity to other already existing commercial land uses. And number three, the subject property is not significantly spatially separated from existing residential development. So you have two other immediately adjacent residences to the north, and you have some residences across the road. What I want to note is when we were looking at the zoning map, there was a established node of commercial zoning up here at the four corners of this intersection. There's a contractor's business on the northeast corner. There's a church, I believe, on the northwest corner. And although these two corners are not developed, they're also zoned commercial. But what you'll note is that the land use plan did not designate that in 2006 as a commercial zone that is to be encouraged for growth. And so to that end, this whole area remains in the suburban growth area. It is not identified for encouraged commercial growth. As we look at reasonableness and spot zoning, it could be considered reasonable and in the public interest if the area used for the commercial operation was determined to be so relatively small that the proposed screening measures in the fence should mitigate the potential impact to the adjacent and surrounding properties. And as I mentioned, the subject property is about 1,000 feet south of an existing commercial zoning district at the intersection of North Halifax and Red Oak Brattleboro Road. However, the request could be considered unreasonable and not in the public interest because, as I've already mentioned, the subject property does not meet most of the locational criteria recommended by the plan for establishing a commercial land use. Number 2, a motor vehicle sales business is not compatible with the current residential nature of the surrounding homes. And for those 2 reasons, the Technical Review Committee on September 30th recommended denial of the request. It's not sufficiently consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan, and there are concerns about the motor vehicle sales business's compatibility with those surrounding residential lots. The planning board met on October 18th. Mr. Jeff Tyson, who is the owner of the property to the south and west of the property, this field back here, addressed the board in opposition to the request. He asked that the item be tabled in order to allow time for him to obtain a second survey to confirm the location of the rear lot line. Specifically in question is the relationship between the rear lot line and the building that is in the far back right-hand corner. Mr. Hillhorst's survey shows that building as being contained on the property, but Mr. Tyson has asked for time to secure his own survey from a different land surveyor to take an independent look at the alignment of that rear property line. Mr. Dennis Avent, 5322 North Halifax Road, and Mr. Robert Moody, 5344 North Halifax Road, owns the properties. The 2 owners of the properties immediately to the north both appeared at the planning board meeting and expressed concerns about the potential impact of the request on the surrounding property values. With a split vote of 7-1, the planning board recommended denial of the request and the adoption of the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below. So it was recommended for denial by the TRC and by the planning board. This is a 2-motion process, either to approve or deny. Both motions come with a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. In the event that the board votes to approve, there are 5 suggested conditions at the bottom of page 40 and the top of page 41 that are recommended for attachment to the rezoning. Number 1, the subject property may be used commercially for motor vehicle sales only. Number 2, the subject property may be used commercially in accordance with the approved site plan only. Number 3, all motor vehicles related to the commercial business shall be contained within the designated parking area. And again, that's the area denoted by yellow on the site plan. Number 4, there should be no outdoor disassembly or salvaging of vehicles. And of course, number 5, prior to the issuance of a zoning verification letter from my department, which would be required by the North Carolina Department of Motor Vehicles to transfer the dealer's license to this location, we would ask that the applicant be required to record the recombination survey prepared by the land surveyor and to install the screening fence that is depicted on the site plan. So those 2 things would need to happen prior to the issuance of a zoning letter needed by the applicant to transfer the dealer's license to this location. And with that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has about the request.
Would you do the same thing for motion to deny as far as the statements of consistency? Explain those.
Sure. In the event that the board wishes to deny the request, you have a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. I believe the number 1 is the same under approval and denial. It lists the 2 factors that the request is consistent with the land use plan, and then the 3 factors where the request is not consistent with the land use plan. Number 2 under that request would be a determination that it is unreasonable and not in the public interest because the subject property does not meet most of the locational criteria recommended by the land use plan for establishing commercial land uses in the suburban growth area. And B, a motor vehicle sales business is not compatible with the current residential nature of the surrounding homes. And those are the 2 suggested criteria for a denial as put forth by the TRC and the planning board.
I believe you stated it was a 2-motion process. I think we're really dealing with a 2-part motion.
If I said 2 motion, then I spoke incorrectly. It's a 1-motion process with 2 possible motions.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Tyson on this matter? Entertain a motion to go into public hearing. Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, seconded by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Thank you, Adam. Megan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing for anyone that wishes to speak for or against this item. And if you would come up and state your name and address for the record, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jennifer Avant, and I live at 5322 North Halifax Road. And my concerns about what is being asked here today is, I don't wish to impede any progress of anybody that's trying to, have their own business or whatever, but I would rather it be someplace else. We've been living at this home for 30 years. We moved there. It was explained to us that it was a residential area. We raised our kids there. They told us with certain restrictions, requirements to build there. Now this is, trying to be changed. Yes, we talked about commercial properties being at the intersection. We know that those were put there years ago because people didn't have the access to drive to a store. They could walk to a store. But now we're not talking about that kind of thing. We're talking about putting a business, a commercial business beside homes, our homes. If we start that, in the future, what do we have? We could have, for all we know, sweepstake parlors or more stores or, whatever, but you don't want that beside your home. Businesses of that kind do not belong in the country neighborhood. Nobody worked hard just to buy their home, just to end up with this kind of thing. Again, I said, do not try to impede anybody else's progress, but I have to look out for what is our own. The property value, we're concerned about that. I think everybody has already spoken on that. We have property value concerns. We have resale value concerns. We'll leave our properties to our children, and then they won't be able to do anything with it. We are invested in this little small area that we live in. We hope to see it look better one day, but we don't want it to go the other way. So I'm asking that the request be denied.
Thank you, Ms. Avant. Other speakers? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Robert Moody. I live at 5344 North Halifax Road. I have to echo Ms. Avant. We've been there for a while, and like I said, Mr. Perry is a good man. He's a good neighbor. We don't wish to, as a matter of fact, we both wish him much success. But at the same time, we must also look out for our property, for our kids. We don't want the property value to go down nor the taxes to go up. And that is all of our concern. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Next speaker. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Jeff Tyson. I live at 828 Evans Road in Nashville. And as Adam pointed out, my wife and I do own the property adjacent to Mr. Perry. Several concerns come up with Mr. Perry having this used car lot here. I think if he chooses to speak, he will tell you it is just to move his license address. However, since Mr. Perry has been, as you can see in the picture that's presented there, he has been very disrespectful of the property lines. So even with them being contained within the fence, I would share the concerns with the neighbors that he would not respect the conditions that are laid out in for the change of permit. The area that he has in that picture that's already designated for the parking area, and if I understood Adam correctly, that would be the only places that he could park. As you can see, the cars that he has there are already bigger than the area that is designated. But if you choose not to follow the advice of the two previous committees and deny this, I do ask for time to verify the points on that back line, because when Mr. Perry built that building that's labeled as garage, he and I both talked about it and agreed that he was over the boundaries. So the boundaries are not where I remember them being. So like I say, if you choose not to honor the denial from the previous two committees, I do ask for some more time to have my survey completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
So Jeff, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Those vehicles we see sitting across the property line, they're not yours, they're Mr. Perry's?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that has been a habitual area for him to use. And you can see where his driveway, he uses the drive on my side more than he uses that on his side.
Other speakers on this matter?
Right here, let's see. Push it up.
Morning, sir.
Yes,
If you'll
good morning.
state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Robert Perry, and I'm the one that stay at 5274 Halifax Road. And I don't agree with the neighbors about the cars and all, or I do want to get my license moved from where I'm at on Zebulon Road. However, I'm not trying to get a retail business, because Mr. Tyson was showing, there was pictures probably 8 years ago. I try to stay in the, within my range of keeping the cars there. That's the front part, and then down the side is where I have something close to my building. Mr. Tyson, you can't hardly see it, a little flag there. When I built the last building back there, he told me he was gonna make me tear it down because on his property. On the way, he said we agreed, because we were standing there before we came 2 weeks ago when I was showing him. And you all can see on that paper that property is made with a slant. And I showed him that flag, you just can't see it. However, like I said, I'm not trying to run a retail lot. I wholesale. And I get them there and clean them up, and I get the truck to help me to get them to the auction. And sometimes there's a fence behind those buildings that I want to take down and have everything within the limits of behind my house and, you know, my property. I just want to get my license moved from where I'm at on Zebulon Road, because over there at Reynolds, on 3120 Zebulon Road, it's upstairs I got to go. A realtor's estate agent who rent a bunch of offices on Zebulon Road down by Mr. Hester. And I got to go upstairs to get up and down. Like I said, I don't want to run no retail spot. I just want to have my license moved there to my office if possible. If it could be a reasonable thing, I talked to my inspectors and they said, you know, I just have to get a letter. And as I said, Mr. Tyson, I apologize to him a bunch of times about the land. I don't keep no cars over there. There's some pictures from way back. Some time to get over there, and I have apologized to him, but since we've been, you know, having disagreements, I've been trying to keep all my stuff on my side over there. That's all I got to say. If y'all can help me, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Other speakers? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Any other questions of Mr. Tyson? Mr. Tyson, is this in my district or Mr. Arrington's district?
This is in Mr. Arrington's district.
That's what I thought, okay. All right, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners deny this conditional rezoning request under the statement of plan, consistency and reasonability that's listed on the conditional rezoning request.
We have a motion to deny. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands denied. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. If you would take this moment to update the board briefly on where you are with your land development code so we'll all know what's going on.
So of course,
I think you have one time a couple of months ago, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't hurt to keep us informed because we're all anxious about it.
So of course, the county has entered into a contract with a consultant that is preparing the new land use plan. That consultant is Stewart Engineering out of Raleigh. On September 9th, that consultant held a kickoff meeting with county department heads to gather information about Nash County as a development jurisdiction. Also, the planning staff took the consultant on a community tour of a lot of our recent development and as well as our proposed development areas out in the county. On September 23rd, the county manager appointed a steering committee that consists of 3 members of the commissioners, Chairman Davis, Mr. Arrington, and Ms. Leggett, and 4 members of the planning board, including the planning board chair and the planning board vice chair. That steering committee will guide the process with the consultant as we go through and shape the plan. On October the 5th, we held stakeholder meetings, the planning staff, and the consultant with various local officials and individuals involved in economic development, tourism, transportation, education, healthcare, local government, agriculture, building and development, to make sure that we're getting a varied set of responses and inputs and perspectives into development in Nash County. On October 6th, the consultant held the first steering committee meeting. That is meeting number 1 of 5, where the consultant presented some demographic data that they have gathered and got to know the steering committee and requested some input about the plan. Currently, at the beginning of October and running through November 9th, there is a community survey available online. That survey already has hundreds of responses, I think maybe over 300 last time we checked, for the citizens to tell us what they're looking for in the future of development of Nash County. That will run through November the 9th, and we will do another social media push to encourage people to respond to that. The steering committee is scheduled to meet for their second meeting the first week of December. In the meantime, our consultant has gathered all of our GIS digital mapping data, and they are performing an analysis technique called Suitability Modeling. They're looking at where our water lines are available, where the soil conditions are optimal, where there has already been residential development, and they're looking to identify areas of opportunity which should be where they recommend focusing our residential development, our commercial development, and areas for open space and conservation where we should not encourage dense development. So they're looking at it from those 3 things. They're going to produce some maps. Probably a preliminary version of that will be available for review at the December 1 meeting of the steering committee. And that map will begin to be the basis of the land use map that we'll ultimately adopt. Just because the GIS layers identify areas of opportunity for development don't mean that those are the specific areas that will make it into the final plan. This is just a way of giving us a starting point and to have a map that we can start working off of as we go through that process. This will, about midway through the process, the consultant will make a presentation to the planning board and a presentation to this board. And then, of course, at the end, just like when we adopt any kind of ordinance, there'll be a public hearing process where the planning board will be asked to make a recommendation on the plan, and then the commissioners will be asked to adopt it. Before we get to that point, the consultant will hold 3 public meetings in 3 different areas of Nash County: northern Nash County, central Nash County, and southern Nash County, to get public input on the plan. And by that point in the process, there will be actual maps of those 3 areas for them to look at and the recommendations that are on the table at that time. And then we ultimately anticipate adopting the plan in July or August of 2022. So that's where we stand with that.
I think you actually got that meeting set tentatively. I saw the chairman of the planning board agreed to December the 1st.
December the 1st, Wednesday at 4 p.m.
4 to 6 o'clock, if Sue and Mr. Eric want to note that.
And I'll send an email out about that as a reminder as well.
Right. The members of the Board of Commissioners that are on that committee were chosen by Mr. Tyson and staff based on having representation in the southern part of the county, the northern part of the county, and I've been chair plus the central part of the county, with concentration on those areas that we actually rezone, knowing that several commissioners serve, or total district is in the city of Rocky Mount who does their own rezoning. So that's kind of how we came up with the process of who would serve on it. I thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for about a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back in and start on item number 11. Call us back in session at this time. And we are now on item number 11, which is titled Summary of the Nash County Redistricting from the 2020 Census. And I asked this to be put on the agenda mainly for just a little bit of clarity for our public on the process that we used. As we all know how important this exercise was that we have now finished up, and probably one of the most important things that a Board of Commissioners does in their tenure. But I'm just going to walk through it just a little bit, and if you could show item 1, which you have. When we began the process, the Board of Commissioners had a discussion, and what we decided to do last time, 10 years ago, the Board of Commissioners at that time decided to use an outside committee to do rezoning. And they had a 3-member committee to do that rezoning, which during my research on that, I determined that Ms. Wilkins actually served on that committee. I didn't remember that, but she did. So she had some experience going into this. This Board of Commissioners decided that we would prefer to do the rezoning, or excuse me, the redistricting on our own, working with a consultant. So we instructed the staff to find a consultant, and what they did was come back to us with a law firm, Brooks and Pierce, out of Raleigh, who does do this type of thing. And we were told that they picked them for one reason, was because the 2 people that would be working on it, one would be a Democrat, one would be a Republican, which sounded good to the whole board, and I thought that was important as well as the other board members did. The second thing there, you'll see the timeline for the redistricting that we were giving. And for the public's benefit, I hope you'll realize that the timeline that all entities have this year is very critical, a lot shorter than it's ever been before, I would think, and it's because of the time that we received the redistricting numbers, or the census numbers itself, from the census of 2020. They were delayed, and they were delayed a lot because of COVID and numerous other things. I expect they've just, I'm just speculating, but I'm thinking they probably were a little bit unsure of the numbers because of where we were right in the middle of it. And of course, there's a lot of doubt about the numbers from certain people, I think, throughout the country. But it is what it is. They have been published and they have been given to us, and that's what we had to work with. But those were not given to us until August the 16th, and normally we would have had those events, I guess, in early January, somewhere thereabouts. Sure. And so we were 8 months behind going into this thing. And that's really what got us in the situation where we just had to push so we would be ready for the elections coming up. And on September the 7th, this board had its initial meeting with this Brooks and Pierce firm. And during that meeting, if we could flip over to the next chart, they explained to us what items that we should be, and I'm just using those items that they gave us in the little packet that they gave us, but they explained to us what redistricting considerations should be. And of course, the number one thing, as everybody knows, is that the population equality, one person, one vote, is what we're all after, is to make sure that every person has a vote and to make sure the districts are equally balanced within a certain percentage of range. As they pointed out to us, race cannot be a predominant factor for drawing lines, but we are a voting rights act in county in North Carolina. It says, except for when you must consider race to comply with the Voting Rights Act itself. And we did have to consider that, even though we don't have to have our maps approved anymore. Of course, the Section 2 Voting Rights Act says you cannot dilute the voting powers of minorities. 3 preconditions is the compactness, the political cohesiveness, major block voting, plus totality of the circumstances. I'm not sure what that last one means. But that's one thing that will be considered, are those 3 things there. And then when you go over to 4, you'll see another important thing is the incumbency. What that means is, of course, they are supposed to leave each one of the sitting commissioners in a district of their own or their own district they're currently serving in. Political affiliation, which would be the Republican, Democrat, unaffiliated. The federal courts does not prohibit political gerrymandering. North Carolina courts twice, 3 judge panels have struck down legislative maps for political gerrymandering as violation of the North Carolina Constitution. Well, I don't think in my time, which is about 30 years of watching redistricting in Nash County, I don't think that has ever become an issue, the political gerrymandering itself. We currently have a majority Republican board, 4-3, but that I can honestly say never came into play during our redistricting. I hope both sides would say that. In fact, we didn't have the data that we could even look at to know whether we were doing anything to it or whether we weren't doing anything to it. So we can pretty much say it was completely done without any knowledge of that whatsoever. Communities of interest. What that means is retaining political subdivisions, precincts, whenever possible, municipalities, and numerous other things that list there as far as community, just community of interest itself. And then you had compactness and contiguously to make the districts as compact as they can be and not running all up like congressional lines do sometimes and have splinters running off here and there for some reason or another. But one of the most important ones that I think came into play during our redistricting was the retaining existing districts. And what I think that means is that each board member expressed some interest in having their district as near like it was as we could do it and adjust the populations. And the important thing there is, as we all know, there's about 20% of the people that follow things like this in our county and throughout the nation. The other 80% pretty much don't care what's going on sometimes, or they don't really study it until it gets time to vote, and then they're concerned with it. So it's better not to move people around and move them in different districts any more than you absolutely have to. And what we had some districts that were out of the formula that we had to use, as far as I think Commissioner District 5 had too many people in it was the most significant thing, and Commissioner District 2 had too little in it was one of the main things that we had to consider. And so what we did, going back to chart number 2, on our timeline, if we could put that back up there, is we had our initial meeting and we discussed those things. And then we came back together on September the 20th. And the law firm presented us a map of what they had come up with as a base map, made it very clear that that was a starting point. And that starting point basically looked like to me they balanced the numbers out within districts and got us within the 5% up or down and told us, here's where we're going to start at. Y'all look at it, and then we'll work from this map, which is what has been done the last 30 years, quite frankly. I asked Mr. Durham to pull the old files, and he gave me an opportunity to look at those, and you could tell a very similar pattern of how we went about it versus what the boards had done in the past. I was involved in the last one, but I wasn't involved in the one in 2000 itself. I guess Mr. Belfield would probably be the only one that was here in 2000. If you were you here in 2000, Mr. Belfield? Were you here in 2000 when they did redistricting?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right, so he had worked on it twice before. But we looked at those, and every commissioner had some things that they wanted to change. And so we were charged with looking at them, getting in touch with myself and Mr. Lamb, and so we could pass it along, and anything that came to me, I gave it to Mr. Lamb to let him let the people know what we wanted altered. And I think the important part is, again, that we wanted to keep our districts as near as we could before. And I just did a little chart number 5, if we could show that now, and I hope you can read my writing. I did this over the weekend and didn't have a chance to get it typed. But I took the redistricting in 2000, and what I showed there, we had a population of 87,420. And I showed the districts then, and we worked along. One of the key items that some of the commissioners had some concern with was what the total black vote was, or minority vote was in the district. And so I listed those percentages as they were in 2000, and then I listed them what they were in 2010, and then I listed them what they were in the maps that we approved last week. And I also showed what it was in the base map that we got on the 17th that we started from. And if you'll notice, the changes in trying to do the population did change that some, but that's one thing that we were trying to mitigate at the request of the commissioners. So let's take District 1, for instance. In 2000, it was 53.78. In 2010, 51.61. In 2020, as we adopted, was 50% even, and in the base map in 2020 was 50.9%. Now, that is one thing that Mr. Arrington asked, that he would like to see that be moved up some. He made that request, I think, to Mr. Lamb, or maybe even to the law firm, I'm not sure. And I know on several occasions, I asked Mr. Lamb to be sure we did that if we could. And I'll let him say what effort he made to that in just a minute. In fact, this may be a good time. I know we tried, Mr. Lamb. Why were we not successful in getting that from 50 up to 52?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did communicate with the lawyers with Brooks Pierce, and that was a district that needed additional population. And so they took some precincts from Battleboro, and they looked throughout the border of his district with other districts to see if he could find a higher concentration of African Americans versus Caucasians. And they said wherever they found additional census blocks, where they found additional African Americans, got offset by the number of Caucasians. So moving additional census blocks into District 1 did not improve the numbers beyond what they came up with.
And the email I saw indicated they looked at the whole border of 1 where
Right.
it touched whatever district it was and tried to find those census blocks that would do that. So
Right.
I do think there was a concentrated effort made to honor that request, but apparently it just wasn't there. And it's still very consistent from 53.78, 51, 61, 50 even, and then 50.9 in the map that we didn't adopt. If you move to District 2, which is Mr. Bellfield's district, in 2000, and I think this is important, he had a African-American vote of 66.53. In the maps that we approved in 2010, which was also labeled 2A, it went to 73.36. And these maps were sent to the Justice Department to get approval, as I understand it, and we had to at that point in time. So they did approve 73.36 as it was submitted. In the maps that we approved last week, his minority percentage is 71.4, so it went down about 2%, whereas in the base map that we were given to start with in 2020, it would have dropped all the way down 20% to 53.60. And Mr. Bellfield's main request was to get that percentage near what it was in 2010, was the only request that I know of that he made, unless he made one directly to the lawyers itself. And so his request was honored, and they got it back close to what it was, 71.4. District 3, if you see, has gone from 2000, to 19.51%, to 2010 to 24.33, and then what we did last week, it was 24.10 versus the base map was 22.4. So District 3 is very consistent all along there. District 4 was 23.30 in 2000, 20.57 went down some in 2010, and then back up 23.4 in what we approved last week, and the base map that we looked at was 24.10. So again, it's very consistent all across that line. Now, District 5, which is a district that had to give up some voters this time because he was the largest district, in year 2000, he had 13.25% minorities, and it went in 2010 to 21.28, and then this time it's gone up what we approved to 25% versus the base map at 26.1. The other big change besides 2 that may have happened was in District 6. And that's a district located totally in Rocky Mount, but it has definitely been a changing demographics of that particular district, because back in 2000, it was only 19.3% minority voters. And then in 2010, it jumped up to 42.27, and there again, that was approved by the Justice Department. And the way it was approved last week, it is at 51% even. And the way it was proposed in the base map, which again, that was really not a map that was proposed, it was a starting point for us. It was 62.20%, which was a 20% increase. So basically what the base map did was took 20% out of Mr. Bellfield's and put 20% in District 6. And so you could see the big shift there. And then in District 7, which it happened to be my district, in 2000, it was 30.07. 2010, it went to 28.10. And what we approved last week was 32.40%. So it went up about 4 or 5 percentage points. And the base map itself originally had 42.20%. Now, each commissioner, and I think this is important and how we got to where we were, had the opportunity to talk directly with our law firm about any concerns they had, and I don't know who contacted them. I don't know who didn't contact them. Don't really need to know that. I will say I called them 2 times, and the only purpose of my calls both times was to try to see when we were going to get the maps. That's the only question I asked. Mr. Lamb would call them one day, I'd call them the next day. I think is what we were doing, just trying to get them as quick as we could. I think they did a great job because I don't know how many other people they're doing this for, but I see people all over the state struggling to get their data because everyone just got it thrown on them at one time. You see the population went from 87,420 to 95,840, and then we did come down a little bit to 94.20 is what our last census shows. And when we had our presentation last week, we did have a public hearing, and I did go back through all my emails and just to see what I had about the public hearing, and there was only one request made. I thought it was a couple of you, but only one request received. And Mr. Aaron, I think you asked Mr. Lamb, and Mr. Lamb let me know that you asked about it. It is the way of having a public hearing, and I totally agreed with the fact we should have one. No other commissioner said yea or nay, and nor did I ask any other commissioner. Just when you requested, I thought we should have one, and so indeed we did have one. It was a thought that it was a little hasty, but the guideline or the deadline that we had came from our Board of Election head, John Kearney, in our first meeting that we had when he expressed a concern about being able to be prepared for the elections. And he let us know that he not only had to put his data in, he had to get all of Rocky Mountain's data in. And I could just see by watching the news that Rocky Mount was not going to make a deadline near the 1st of November, where I felt like we could. And so we chose to do the public hearing that day, trying to get that data, and I don't know when we're going to get it this week. I hope it's in the next few days in the hands of the Board of Elections so he can start getting ours in. And so when he gets Rocky Mounts on the 17th, it sounds like it's when they're going to finish theirs, which is the deadline date, he'll have time to put theirs in. Did you want to say something, Mr.
Yeah, I was just going to add, he's also got to input the state senate and state
That's right.
representative if it's more than one district. Yeah.
And that'll be at the last minute, as we can see also. So I felt like we were trying to help him as much as we could, get our stuff out of the way early to give him time. And the other thing that I'm going to take a little bit of blame for, and I should have handled it a little bit different, but you can sit here in the chair position and see things. When we voted last week, we voted on whether to close the public hearing and the maps all in one motion. And Mr. Belfield did not feel like we had given adequate time, but Mr. Belfield, as I understood it and what you relayed to me, were you in favor of the map that we approved?
Yes. I'm satisfied with District 2, and the other commissioners seem to have been satisfied with their district. I think it was the exception of Commissioner Arrington. And I voted no because I felt like maybe we need to give the public a little more time having a public hearing so more people could participate and express their opinions or any recommendations that they would have. That was my reason for voting no, but as far as District 2, I'm completely satisfied.
Okay.
But my no vote was because I felt like we ought to have a public hearing, have more time.
I understand.
For a public hearing, for the citizens of Nash County to give their input.
Okay.
And some may have done it on email.
Yep.
But public hearing, we should give people an opportunity, and that was the reason my no vote. But I'm completely satisfied with District 2.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And even though I'm completely satisfied, I have not completely made a decision as to whether I won't run or will run. I have a doctor's appointment the latter part of this month. Well, it's about mid-month, somewhere in there, 15th, 19th, I think it's the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll make a decision after that as to whether I'm going to run or I'll make an announcement one way or the other that I will not run, which will give others time, at least they have 2 to 3 weeks to think about whether they want to run or not. But right now, I'm just waiting until I have my next doctor's appointment. And
You sure you aren't waiting for what she tells you?
you said what now?
You sure you aren't waiting for what she tells you?
Well, my family's already told me not to run.
Okay, all right.
But they did say, well, you think about it.
Yes, sir.
And then see what your doctor say about your health. And
Well, we certainly, as a board,
make a decision, but we hope it will be the one that we have suggested to you.
right, understand. Well, I just felt like for the public's sake, we needed to have a little clarity on that item. I know this board operates in a transparent way just as much as we can. We always have, and I feel like we always will. And I feel like we were very transparent in this process the whole way. If there's anything we could have improved on, it would have to be the public hearing time and the amount of notice that we were able to give. But I also, as I said before, I think it was very important to try to get hours as early in the window as we could, knowing that our Board of Elections has a daunting task to get all this stuff entered. And the last thing we want to do is have any further delays in our election. And that process, actually filing, starts on the 6th or the 7th, Mr. Lamb, of December, and runs through the 17th, I think.
Yeah, I'm not.
I believe it's the 6th.
The starting date, I know the end date.
Right. All right, any other questions on that matter?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Aaron. Go ahead,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, you have tried to justify your decision on all the redistricting that was presented.
Yes, sir.
You did have one error on your calculation that you, District 2, it's not 53%. The original map that the lawyers gave was 55.6. And then I want to say that old patterns don't necessarily mean that they are fair and reasonable patterns. Today, we had a census taken for 2020, and there would be no reason to take a census if we were going to use old patterns and old data. You presented that I made a request, and I don't know what everybody else's request was, but you let what mine be. And, you know, from the original map, it looked like you had some requests too to lower your percentage of minorities in the district. But the big problem is as I see it, is that November 1st was not the deadline for us. Our resolution, as you stated on your notes, that it was, the statutory limit was November 17th.
That's correct.
John Kerner, the Board of Elections, gave us his preference to put all his data in, which was November 1st, but that's not his deadline, surely. You know, just like an administrator, you want to get information as soon as you possibly can. And no, I did not ask the county manager for a public hearing. I asked him if we were going to have one, and he gave me a possible timeline of what that might be. And so the next note that I got was, like I say, you sent a note out saying that it was going to be the same day that we had our hearing. So me and you, we never discussed the public hearing section. And in receiving that note, yes, it gave us a little bit of time for the public to have input, and, we not really having time to come back and look at it totally as a board and then vote on it and have the public hearing. I thought that was a little rushed, that the public didn't have the opportunity to go back home and digest and come back and give their opinion. I hold the public's opinion very highly, that whether I agree with them or not, that I want to hear the public's opinion. That's one of the reasons I chose to be an elected official, so that the public's opinion can be heard. And through that process, we won't know now whether the public might have came back with a better alternative, because they didn't have the opportunity to go back home, study, and maybe come back with something we and the lawyers might have missed. That's why you have a public hearing, so that a lot of brains can come together and maybe come up with something that's a little different. So I'm a little disappointed with that section of the redistricting and process. So I hope that in the future that we can always respect and try to give the public the opportunity to express their opinion.
Point well taken, sir.
All right.
Would you say again which number you think is in there?
In District 2, you have it at 53.6%. The original, it was 55.6.
Well, the problem is that may be a 5 that I'm looking at there. I don't know.
Well, that was on a recommendation.
Sure.
That recommendation, yes.
Right.
That was 55.6. That was the original one.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any other comments? If not, I appreciate the time to clear that up, and we'll move on to item number 12, which is the pay study vendor selection. And call on Mr. Kirkland at this time. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. A committee of staff members was appointed by the county manager to discuss the selection of a vendor for our county's compensation study. The committee included myself and Pam Williams from the Human Resources Department, Wendy Rose from the payroll specialist from the Finance Department, Major Alan Wilson from the Sheriff's Department, Scott Rogers, Emergency Services Director, and Stacy Schatzer, Assistant County Manager. Our committee met on Monday, October the 11th, to discuss the proposals and determine a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. The proposals were very similar with regards to years of experience in the work that was to be performed. However, they differed in the following areas. First was the cost. The Management Advisory Group came in with a proposal of $49,000 versus the McGrath Company with $117,875. The length of time, the Management Advisory Group recommended 4 months to complete theirs. McGrath said 6 months. And plus the location. The Management Advisory Group has offices in Fairfax, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina, and Spartanburg, South Carolina, versus McGrath, who is located in Wonder Lake, Illinois. Some other items to consider would be that the Management Advisory Group has served many clients in North Carolina, many counties. One client was even the Association of County Commissioners for North Carolina. And also, they were very responsive to electronic communication from Nash County. They produced a letter of recommendation from a local sheriff's department, not in North Carolina, but out of state, and other letters of recommendation complimenting them on their continued support even after the implementation of the final product. The staff feels confident that the Management Advisory Group has the skills and ability to fulfill the request that Nash County had put forth in the request for proposal, as well as any additional reviews that we may need in our public service areas. Our recommendation from the staff is that the Management Advisory Group International be chosen as the Nash County Salary Compensation Study. Any questions?
Questions of board members on the study we're undertaking or the process?
Well, I just have just a comment.
Yes, sir.
When we set up these committees, I certainly would like to see them at least have minority representation on them.
Ms. Belfield, Pam that works in his office is.
From his office.
Right, she was on the committee. And also the firm chosen is a minority-owned firm.
All right. I wasn't aware that Pam was not. Maybe I need to visit all these departments and see who's there and learn by name.
Question is, how long you gonna remember it, Mr. Fred, would be my problem.
Well, at least I can.
Right.
I think I can.
Sure.
I may not, but that's something that maybe I'll do, and I wouldn't have to be asking that question in the meeting.
Well, it's a legitimate question. You ask any question you wish to, sir.
Well, yeah, there's some things. I guess I was reluctant to ask it because it came in my mind that, well, you ought to know that. You ought to know these people that are being appointed. So that will eliminate me saying that I get around and know the people.
Yeah. Or you can always pick up the phone, call the manager. I'm sure he would look into it for you. But it doesn't hurt to ask you.
It's good to see people face to face.
Yes, sir.
You can't beat it. Email and telephone conversation is fine, but face to face is I think is the best.
Other questions, board members, on this process?
Yes, sir, I got one question.
Sure.
What is this firm going to be provided with some criteria in terms of, I mean, you got to compare them to similar sized counties and
Correct.
things of that nature, and there have been requests from some of our departments about various issues. Is that all being laid on the table for them?
It is, and we'll have other conversations with them and dig down into the details of what we need specifically for Nash County.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, each department head will meet with the firm representative that's here to express their concerns within their department on salary issues.
Great, thank you.
Other comments? I'll entertain a motion at this time to approve or deny the request then.
So move approval.
Have a motion by Commissioner Wilkins. Leggett. And Commissioner Belfield at the same time. So I will take the ladies as the motion and Mr. Belfield's as the second. Any questions on the motion? And what we are doing is just approving the company and the amount we're paying them.
Correct.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. I think you had a time frame of July to August. Is that what I heard?
That firm said 4 months.
Right.
So we will give them notice today, and
okay,
hopefully they can get it done by March or no later than April, in time for y'all as the board to implement it for the next budget season.
I've got it confused with what Mr. Tyson told us earlier. It was either July or August, I think, on that consultant.
On the land use plan.
Right, but that would be good, so we would have it in time to see what consequences it might have on the budget.
Correct.
Okay, well, we go to item 13, which is Nash County Farm leases, and I'll call on Sandy Hall at this time. Good morning.
Good morning. We're still morning, I think.
Ever so barely.
Barely.
But it's all fast if you want to stay in the morning.
All right, so today I'm here, come before you about the 4 Nash County-owned, 4 out of 5 Nash County-owned farmland leases due to expire in December of 2021. The new lease will be for 2 years, beginning January 1, 2022, and end December 31st, 2023. The properties were advertised through 2 newspapers, Rocky Mount Telegram, Nashville Graphic, our extension website, our Ag List newsletter that Miss Mariana Waters oversees, our social media. In addition, the properties had signs placed stating Nash County farmland lease with the office contact number. The bids were received, we took on September 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. in effort to follow required statute after bidding. So this morning, this is one of the things that Ms. Mariana Waters oversees and was part of this process. So I have her here in case you have some specific questions. The first one that we will talk about is the Middlesex Corporation Parkway at 45.61 acres, which was at the time of bidding. However, currently, since then, property through economic development is being acquired for, I guess, development, being sold. So at the time, the bid was received by Derek Bissett for $127 per acreage. That came out to be $5,792.47. However, since the property has changed, the acreage change will reflect the same amount per acreage, but the final amount will be $42.5323. In your packet, I provided you with all the information with the maps in case you had some specific questions about that particular site.
I think we're good.
Okay. All right, so the second one is the Whitaker's Park of 34.52 acres. The bid was received, we had 2 bids received. You do not have these information in your packet, however, I do have it provided if you'd like to see. But as it's written here, the bid received by Joel Bozeman for 107 per acreage was $39.9364. And then there was a bid also by Jeff Tyson's for $80 per acre at $2,761.60. And that is number 2. So that was the only one out of the 4 thus far that had 2 bids. Number 3, Rocky Mount Wilson Airport has a tract of 7 acres, 7.38 acres. The bid received by Packhouse for $152.89 per acre. That comes out to $1,128.33. And then the final property 4 is the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport at 11.8 acres. And the bid received by Packhouse was also the same of a $152.89, giving $1,804.10. So the recommendation is to accept and award each bid. Of course, number 2 being the highest by Joel Bozeman, and then the corrected of the acreage change for the Middlesex Corporation.
Any questions of Ms. Hall or Ms. Waters on this matter? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any two?
Leggett.
Well, y'all pointing to one another. What am I
You can't tell who's who down there.
She pointed to Combs.
Oh, okay. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for your work on this. I think Sandy and Mary Ann, our only interest is to make sure it's done fair and that everybody has an opportunity, so we don't hear complaints moving forward, which we hadn't had any since, I don't think, since we started doing this. So I'm glad we do it like we do it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 14 is a proposed ID system for convenience centers, and I'll call on Mr. Hill to make this presentation. Mr. Hill and Mr. Rogers, looks like. Rogers must have some lingering duties.
Good backup. I'll just introduce the subject just a little bit, give a little background, and you're right. I do have Mr. Rogers, who was helping me with special projects before he became Director of Emergency Services. I'll add, I greatly miss his assistance in our department, and he's still helping out, and I appreciate that a whole lot. With this is one of the special projects, and I know I've talked with the chairman, the county manager, and several others about our 9 convenience centers. And first of all, that's how many we have throughout Nash County. We have plans of expanding one in the Westmount area, so it would take us to 10 convenience centers at some point, I think. The use of these convenience centers are for rural areas, and I think that's important. I know we talked about that during the orientation period, Ms. Wilkins, that these are just for rural, unincorporated areas. There's a charge that these folks pay for these services, $125. It's on the tax bill each year, and it's supported totally by those people that pay in rural and unincorporated areas. And in these areas, they're not included for out-of-county use. They're not included for towns, municipalities throughout Nash County. They're just for that. This $125 is actually charged through the annual tax bill, and the use, and these, a lot of times what we've had is some abuse, quite frankly, with these centers. I know folks from municipalities use them occasionally. We know folks out of county use, especially the ones out in the Stony Hill, Middlesex Bailey area, coming into work in different areas in Nash County. We've had what we call sting or spot checks, where we actually have our attendants to check for vehicle registration. At one time, we were using driver's license, and sometimes we combine that with vehicle registration to actually show Nash County. And as some of you commissioners very well know, that's caused some citizen concerns, and quite frankly, it's caused a little bit of anger on occasion. It's also placed the attendant in some sometimes irate situations that cause them to really have some, at least some verbal confrontation that would result in either the person not getting served or being able to allow to dump their solid waste in our containers, or they would give in and often let them do that. Enforcement through our law enforcement has not been as acceptable because it's really not a system as such. That's why we're looking to implement some kind of identification system that would be an official identifying area that would say you're eligible to use these convenience centers. We've got in mind either an ID tag, and this is not unique to Nash County. We've looked around at all the counties, and Mr. Rogers is going to cover that, where we look around Edgecombe and Wilson and other counties that have already done some of these things, some of this identifying information. But we're looking at either a card or a mirror hanger that the attendant could easily identify, probably a color each year, or how often they're issued, whether it's once a year or every 2 years. But you'd have a color identification, and it'd be easy to identify. So having said all this, with the background that's been some abuse, quite frankly, it's been some difficulty in enforcing the identification through asking citizens to show proof through registration, car registration, or through driver's license issuance. We're looking for a system that would better identify, and we're talking about implementing this system for January 1. But having said January 1, we realize you can't just start off January 1st with the system and expect all citizens to comply, even if you get the cards or hangers in their hands or at their homes in a reasonable amount of time. So we were looking at maybe a 90-day grace period to enforce, to mainly educate and orient the citizens to this new system, where we would each time ask them to remember to bring their or show their identifying a card or hanger, but it wouldn't go into actual enforcement until April 1. So we'd have January, February, March, hopefully using not only our attendance, but newspapers, news media, social media outlets, and our very well-qualified Jonathan Edwards to help us publicize and educate the public of what we're doing. I'll turn it over to Mr. Rogers now just for a little background of some areas that he's looked at with what other counties have done, and quite frankly, a few little policy issues that we need your input. And we consider this a preliminary discussion at this point, but one that will go before our Human Services Board. I know Mr. Cohen is very much aware we've been before the Human Services Board a couple of times. We'll have another Human Services Board, I believe the 18th of November, that will go back before that board, with hopes of coming back to this board in December for final approval if this board decides to approve such a system. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I interject on a little background while she does that? 7 years ago, we were having the same problem with municipal residents using the convenience centers, and we developed a plan that would have required a $25 charge for all municipal residents.
Correct.
They get door-to-door pickup, but as a former municipal resident in another county, I know during spring cleaning and Christmas time, I would use the recycling centers or the convenience centers. And we had a lot of pushback, mainly from the mayor of Middlesex and also residential landlords within the city limits of Rocky Mount. So the board chose to just go for the 125. I think it had been 90 before then. 96, and we were losing money, so we went to 125 for non-municipal residents. And so that was an attempt to allow all residents of the county to use the convenience centers, but because of the pushback, the board chose to not implement that proposal.
Correct.
Thank you. Good morning. So when Mr. Hill asked me to look into this project, one of the first things I did was sought out other counties to see what they were doing, of course. And I did an assessment of 10 counties. Of those 10 counties, 7 of them have some type of ID system like we are discussing. 3 of those did not. Of the counties that are contiguous to Nash County, all but 1 have a system in place, and that being Halifax County. They are in the process of trying to develop a system very similar to what we are. So upon that information and continuing to research the processes and the problem that was at hand, basically what we did was put together a draft policy that, quite frankly, is a culmination of Edgecombe's and Wilson's put together. And as Mr. Hill stated, it would be a program that would start January 1 of 2022. Of course, enforcement would be postponed until a few months into the system, as Mr. Hill stated. The permits would be mailed to the citizens of the county based on paid tax scroll of the solid waste fee provided by the tax department. It would be a small hanger that goes on the mirror is what we've proposed at this point. The permit would be good for 2 years, just simply to avoid having to remail every year. It would be a 2-year permit, and then, of course, would be renewed. And like Mr. Hill said, would probably change colors just to be easy to identify. The residents living in unincorporated areas of the county who own property with a residential dwelling would receive a permit if the solid waste fee for 2020 and previous years were paid for that particular property. They would be issued one permit. They may request a second permit at an additional $10 charge. They could also request a replacement permit for a $10 charge. Citizens of incorporated areas would be allowed to purchase a permit if they so choose for $75. And then, of course, we spelled out ways of how a citizen that buys a home after January 1 or builds a home after January 1, as well as those that rent from a landlord, how they would go about receiving their permits.
Excuse me, Scott, can you repeat that last section again? You were talking about the $75 fee?
Okay, the $75 fee would be for incorporated areas. So folks that live in a town, they could buy a permit. And what we've proposed at this point, which is still certainly open for discussion, is a $75 fee per year. Or per 2 years, it technically would be. And then the other two sections is, of course, we do have a section on those that build a house after January 1 when permits were mailed out. They would prove their residency based on a, hopefully they would get the previous owner's permit, but if not, they could show ownership of property and get a permit for a simple $10 fee. Building a house would be a $10 per month prorated fee to receive a permit for the time. And then, of course, we have a provision for those that rent property as well. But that's just a kind of a draft of a policy that we put together. Again, very, very similar to Edgecombe and Wilson. And I'll answer any particular questions on the process if you'd like.
Mr. Lamb?
Could I follow up on Mr. Outlaw's, Commissioner Outlaw's comment? So if you're, if you reside in a municipality, the effect of that $75 fee would be 37.5 cents. $37.50
Per year.
per year.
That's true.
Okay, I got you.
Other questions?
Yes. In your municipalities, I'm sure they're paying a fee to the municipal government. Why would we want to even propose a fee? They just don't use it. They use the municipal.
That's correct. The only time they would pay the 75 is if they chose to want a permit to go to the convenience site, similar to what Mr. Lamb.
Okay, if they want one.
Yes, sir. It would not be, it would be a simple choice on their part.
All right.
Like Mr. Lamb said, cleaning out your garage or something like that.
Okay.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Harrington?
Yeah, I do. That's right. Let's see. Would that be a, you know, we have, what is it, 9, 8, how many sites?
11.
11.
Would
that be-
Nine.
How many do we have? What's that, 9? Convenience sites? I'm sorry, 9, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, the card. Would the card have the person's name and address?
No, sir, it would just probably have a number, and that number would be assigned to whoever it was issued to.
Okay. The other thing is, in each district, would it be a different color? So the attendants can identify with the color?
That was not the plan. The plan would be is they'd all be one color to allow the person to go to whichever one they'd like to.
Okay. All right. I didn't know whether you were going to try to restrict people from staying in their district or not.
I would not recommend that. Just speaking for me personally, I typically use the Old Nash Tech site on a regular basis, but occasionally if it, happens to be full or the line's long or something, then I'll run over to Drake. So we wanted the citizens to be able to have plenty of.
Okay, since we're still on the cover, would the Rocky Mount maybe have or the city, municipalities have a different identification?
The cities, again, would not be issued a card unless a city resident chose to purchase one. And then that card would be the same as everybody else, allowing them to use any site they'd like to.
Okay.
But they don't pay the $125 fee either.
That's correct.
Also, back to the attendant. the tenant now, well, basically, might have a tenant, I go to the convenience site, and he knows my truck, he don't even get up and come out there and look, okay, but this is going to require the tenant to either come look at the card or, right?
Yes, sir. Again, that was the reason for it being a window hanger where they could see it from a distance. I think what you find in a lot of the sites is that they get pretty accustomed to their customer base, if you will, and they know a lot of them coming in. This would give them that ability when they see a vehicle that they're not sure of. Rather than having to ask for a driver's license or registration card, they're simply looking for the hanger.
Yeah. I know you don't ask that because they're going to say, well, they putting some more work on us without a raise.
I think in actuality, that's a very good point. In actuality, though, I think it does decrease the work a little because they don't have to get involved in where is this coming from, what's your address, all of that. Either you got a card or you don't have a card.
I know it, but he don't do that now. They don't do that now.
I understand.
They just let people come in.
Right.
That's why we're discussing this.
Right.
And he probably won't do it in the future because he'll recognize you, and if for any reason he doesn't, he'll see your
He
thing.
wants to get used to it.
The biggest problem we've had historically is the closer a site is to a nearby county or a municipality, the more abuse we get. Stony, what's that called?
Stony Hill Church.
Stony Hill Church.
Stony Hill Church Road. The volume there down in Middlesex is enormously high than any other site. And when we have stings there, they do catch a lot of people from either municipalities or from other counties that are going to work. So that's why we just feel like instead of making the attendants having to confront people, which causes problems, a card system will make it easier to administer.
Right. Okay, well.
Can I comment?
Once, I just got a couple. Once, I guess the other part is, like I said, we don't want to put the attendants in danger or anything, so when he see a violator, we got to have a process of who he call and whether he's take a license tag, that kind of thing. So I guess I want the attendant to make sure that he has a process that he's not confused with that's written. And also at the entrance of the convenience site, that we need to have a sign that says what the new rules are, when they're going into effect, and also as a permanent site, what they have to show once they come into the site, that their card has to be visible through the windshield and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Sure y'all work that out.
Absolutely. Right. And of course, one of the things in our initiation plan would be for Mr. Richardson to train staff on what to do in the event there's not a permit, so forth. Because again, like you say, we do not want the attendants to be in a confrontation with anybody, so it would probably be recording a license tag, that type of thing, and reporting it to Mr. Richardson.
All right.
Mr. Combs?
I'd like to add to what Mr. Arrington said, when you put up a sign, put up a big sign.
Big sign.
So they have no excuse for not reading that sign.
All right.
But we have people at Stony Hill Church site coming from other counties that are making a living hauling other people's trash away and bringing it in there but a trailer loads and putting it in our dump site. So there's a lot. I've been advocating for this ever since I've been on this board, and thank goodness it's here today.
Other comment?
I just want to,
Ms. Leggett, go ahead.
Ms. Wilkins.
Well, I got three of you. I'm going to start on that end and come forward. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm good.
Oh,
I think it's a good
Ms.
idea.
Wilkins.
me. I just want to make sure, in the process of printing those hangers or tags, the 125 per year will not increase, will it? Is there any plan for that?
There is no plan for that. No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Outlaw?
Since I pay vehicle tax on more than one vehicle, why shouldn't I get more than one placard? Since my wife may be driving and have something to dispose of, and
Sure.
I may as well.
Sure.
Tell him what discussion is, Scott. He can just take that tag out of one, put it in another.
There was we have discussed, and certainly, again, it's nothing set in stone here, but with 2 tags, one could be given away, that type of thing, to somebody else.
But I could purchase an extra
You
tag for
could.
$10 and give it away.
Absolutely.
But you can't give me one when I pay my tax.
If we could, we certainly
I think you
could.
should.
If
At
that's
least
the,
2.
okay,
If you have 2 vehicles that you're paying tax on.
okay.
Because anybody that's going to cheat the system, they don't mind spending $10 to cheat the system.
But you're paying on the parcel land, not the vehicle, Mr. Outlaw.
But my wife drives and I drive.
Yeah.
So if she's taking trash, she's not going to be hunting me down to get my placard. And I'm not going to hunt her down if I have something to dispose of.
It's $10 for 2 years, it's $5 a year.
That's not the point, Mr. Chairman. It's the principle of the thing. But I'm going to support it.
Sure.
But I think if you have more than 1 vehicle, you should get at least 2.
We did, there are several counties that offer 2, and that was just a decision. I guess I based it on my house, and I know I'd be the only one carrying it, so I had 1, but I appreciate your comment, certainly.
Well, I wish, that was the case in all houses.
Yes.
Other discussion?
I think one other discussion we met again Friday in the office and talked whether it should be 1 or 2 years. Whether these cards should be issued like we proposed every 2 years, or should they be issued every 1 year. We came up with the every 2 years, but I just want to emphasize it could be done on a yearly basis as well as on a 2-year basis.
I don't see any problem with the way it was presented myself, save you a little bit of work and postal cost.
Right, yeah, the 2 years does eliminate a tremendous amount of work. The 2 cards wouldn't make any difference. I mean, if that's the appetite, we can certainly go that route.
Okay. The only fallacy I see, and you can't fix everything, is the passing of the cards.
Yes, sir.
We discussed. You just can't fix everything, so I don't know what you would do about that.
If I want to loan the card, I can loan 1 card as easily as I can loan with 2.
Right. Yeah. Any other comment?
Logic doesn't tie to me.
I understand.
All right, and if we're through, I need a motion to approve or deny this request and any changes to the request.
Mr. Chairman,
I got Dan first, Mr. Belfield, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation for the ID cards, hangers, whatever, for the convenience centers, and I recommend that we implement the system effective January 1st, 2022.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. I would want some clarity on Mr. Outlaw's request so the staff know what to do. Is that motion for 1 or 2 cards?
1.
The motion maker, Mr. Combs?
1.
Well, I think 1's enough, but if somebody if Wayne calls you and says, hey, I need 2 cards, can we just send him 1?
No, because I'm no different than 95,000 others.
Well, I mean, anybody else, not just you. How would we make that simple?
I think simply would be to either send 1 or send 2 to everybody, and I personally don't have an issue with 2, but.
Well, make it 2. I mean, that's all right.
Your motion is for 1 card or 2 cards, sir?
1.
I just think the more cards you got, really, the more you got somebody loaning them to somebody. I mean, just like the folks we're trying to eliminate. If I got a good friend that lives in Johnson County, I can give him 1 of mine because I don't need but 1.
Or you can give him the 1 you got.
Yeah, then I can't get in.
Then you don't need 2.
You don't go every day
Then I
to
don't
the
need
week.
2. If I'm gonna do that, I don't need 2.
I have a
I
motion.
understand both ways. I do.
I have a motion, partial motion on the floor and a partial second. I do need clarity on the motion, whether it include 1 card or 2 cards.
1.
From the motion maker first and then the second.
Can we just make the motion that we're using 1, if I got to say a number, 1 card, and let them work that out? I mean, if
Mr. Chairman, my second is for one card.
You don't get to make a second until he makes a motion.
He did.
I'm waiting on the motion clarity for one card or two cards, Mr. Combs?
One card.
One card, and
If I want to know what I pay for.
the second was for what? Did the second include the one card?
One card, sir.
I have a motion and a second for approving the policy as adopted with one card. Is there any other questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No. Based on the fact that I'm very supportive of the two cards if you have two vehicles.
All right, the motion carries on a 6-1 vote with the no vote being clarified for the record.
And please include that in the minutes if you would.
We certainly appreciate all the work on it. Thank you all for help, Mr. Rogers, in your short tenure there, and it apparently took you to get it done, and I'm kidding with you, but it's just the time and the complaints that ramped up had to Mr. Hill where we had to do something. Thank you, sir. You may as well stay right there, because you have item number 14, which is approval of rescue contract for Stony Creek District.
15.
15, I'm sorry, you're right.
So, as you are probably aware, the county was notified by the Stony Creek Rescue Squad that they intend to cease operations December 31st of 2021, due mainly to the lack of volunteers within their organization and their ability to maintain the contract. So that leaves us with a large area that includes a portion of Sharpsburg and, of course, the Brattleboro area, the Salem area, the Whitakers area, and the Red Oak area that were covered by Stony Creek for what we consider to be primary rescue services. So we've met with the chiefs in that area, very similar to the process that we followed back years ago when the Mount Pleasant Rescue Squad went out of business. And what we have discovered is that the area that is in question here is a very large area. There has been an agreement between the Brattleboro Fire Department and the Red Oak Fire Department to split that area. Again, it's a big area, has a large portion of I-95 in it, and again, with the volunteer issue at hand in all departments, we have reached a consensus with those two departments to split that area. So that's what we would like to do as of January 1, is we would have a defined area that Brattleboro would cover and a defined area that Red Oak would cover. I will inform you that we have not completed our work on the maps of redrawing the maps to reflect those two areas. I also would like to take the opportunity to do some cleanup, if you will, to make our rescue districts a little more efficient, and that work has not been completed as of yet. But I did want you all to see our intention as to the new contracts. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, the territory that's defined between Brattleboro and Red Oak has been defined, and everybody's comfortable with that. But again, we are the smaller little area, the devil's in the details, so we've got some small little areas that we need to address to either assign to Momire, some we may assign to Coopers, and we've got to get all of that cleaned up, and that map has not been completed yet.
So what is your exact ask then, I guess is what I'm asking. Are you asking to approve the contracts as you send them to us, and then we approve the maps at a later, or what are we doing?
The rescue district maps typically do not require commissioner approval simply because they're operational in nature.
Okay.
However, in retrospect, I may have got a little ahead of myself and a little afraid that we would not have contracts available January 1. So I came to you today, but have not been able to complete the maps as of yet. So I could accept an approval today. If you would prefer me to finish the maps and come back in December, I can do that too.
Time sensitive, of course, because January 1st, somebody's got to do it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And we know who's not going to do it.
That's right.
Does that give you enough time, or is I know the maps don't generally come back to us, but is there a middle ground there we could do?
You mean like the second meeting of this month?
Do we have a second meeting this month? Yes, sir. We do?
15.
15.
I think I could have the map finished by then. Again, in retrospect, maybe I got a little ahead of myself.
Well, nothing wrong with getting ahead of yourself, because this is extremely important to have it in place, but I do know some of the commissioners would like to see that map, I think, and certainly respect that. So
sure,
if we could, I think maybe I would ask for a consensus vote of where you're at on the contract, so maybe we can keep it moving.
Okay.
And then do a final, actually, motion and approval at our December 15th meeting. Just November
15th.
Yeah, November 15th, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable to the board?
I have a question I want to ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up those questions. You good spot, go ahead and ask the question, Bill, about the contract, go ahead.
Since you received the letter from Stony Creek Rescue, has there been any discussion with Stony Creek as to what could be done to keep it operating?
Yes, sir. This unfortunately was not a surprise to me which I, quite frankly, was at the health department at this time we received this letter, but it was not a surprise to me. We have been in conversation with Stony Creek for a couple of years now, in that their volunteer base was just diminishing. Stony Creek is the only total rescue squad that we have left in our county. So what I mean by that is they run somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 calls per year. The vast majority of those calls are what we call canceled en route, which means they don't get on the scene and do their services because they're not needed. The other 3 rescue squads that we have are combination departments with rescue and fire. So they run a larger number of calls. The volunteerism is greater. The community, sense of community is still there. So the real problem is just the inability to recruit volunteers in the location where they are. And they just have tried multiple solutions to no avail.
Other comments? Mr.
One thing I
Well,
did, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I wouldn't have any problem with the maps. They're operational, and I don't see myself trying to change what you should know. That's what we pay you for. So I won't have any problem with the operational part of the map.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
I would second that thought that Mr. Arrington just made.
There is one piece I failed to mention that I should mention, and that is that historically Stony Creek also ran rescue services in the city limits of Rocky Mount. And the city of Rocky Mount Fire Department has also ran rescue in the city. The city of Rocky Mount certainly has an appetite to take care of their own city limits. They have 2 staffed rescues each day. So once we redraw these maps, we'll not be sending a rescue squad into the city, which is a good thing, in my opinion. And we have no statutory responsibility to do that. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Got you. Okay. Other questions of where we are? I'm trying to read the commissioner's comments. Are we saying not to wait till November the 15th, or are we saying to wait till December 15th for full approval? Yes, ma'am.
2 of the 4 existing rescue departments are housed within within District 4.
Yes.
And any significant changes to those districts would directly affect them. And I know that I would hear a lot of feedback, positive or negative. And so I think it would be prudent to allow Emergency Services Director Rogers a little extra time to get those maps finalized before we're asked to vote on service contract.
Understood. Okay. Other thoughts? Was there any discussion, it may be in there, my iPad wasn't up and I didn't read everything. What happens to existing equipment at Stony Creek?
There is nothing in my information that I presented, simply because our contract with Stony Creek simply states that in the event of a dissolution, then they would dispose of their equipment and assets in accordance with the North Carolina Nonprofit Act. So my thought is that we, as a county, really have no authority in that area.
So you would expect some discussion between the two new fire departments that be covering that area and Stony Creek possibly?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I think that was expressed early on.
Yeah.
When
And it wouldn't be limited to just those two. It could be some of the others,
That's right.
like she mentioned.
So the county just wouldn't be a party to that.
That would be my opinion, yes, sir.
Isn't that pretty much what you done down at Bailey as well?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Mr. Chairman, could
Yes.
I ask for clarification? Currently, we respond, our rescue folks, our EMTs, respond throughout the county, including Rocky Mount.
Yes, sir.
And going forward, we're not going to be responding in Rocky Mount at all?
EMS would, yes, sir.
EMS would?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Nothing would
okay,
change with
okay.
EMS. This is simply a technical, I call it technical rescue. That way, this
I
is
got you.
getting people out of cars, grain bins, so forth. Yeah, it would nothing change with it.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, no further questions.
Good. All right. Well, rather than complicate it, I'm just going to ask for a motion.
I move to table this item to our November 15th meeting.
I have a motion to table. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second. Any discussions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you. If you would excuse my overzealousness for being a new guy, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Say that again, sir?
I said if you would excuse my overzealousness as being the new guy, I'd appreciate that.
You don't know how tickled I was to see it on the agenda, sir, to be honest with you.
I understand.
I had some concern about it. We'll move to item number 16, which is an additional North Carolina Department of EQSRP loan funding from Water Infrastructure Fund. Call on Mr. Boone at this time. Good morning, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. As you're aware, most of the work on the Northern Ash Water District was funded with funds provided by the state. We received a $6.545 million grant, a $6.545 million loan, a $3 million grant, and that funding funded most of the work, really all of the work on Contract 1, the work that we are completing now with ELJ Construction Incorporated. There is some work that remains. As you will recall, the county committed to developing some groundwater wells to provide the water supply for that system. Currently, we're using water we purchased from the city of Rocky Mount. There's an additional contract that will be advertised later this calendar year that will extend water mains further down Rosa Boulevard and James Bond Road to a site that the county acquired, you may recall, from Mr. David Rose for one of the groundwater wells. The county has also purchased, as you recall, 2 water supply wells from Aqua. There was a reference to Aqua earlier in our meeting today, one at Shepherd's Way, one at the Oaks at Hunter Hill. This next contract will incorporate the well at Shepherd's Way, which is just to the east of the tank that we constructed at Reddick Middle School. And then we are looking at a 3rd water supply well at the intersection of Wildwood Mill Road and NC 43. So we have some work left to do. So as a result of the loan that the county received to fund the first phase of work, again, the $6.545 million, the state makes available an amount 10% above that loan available in the event that additional funds are needed to complete work on the project. In our case, additional funds will be needed in order to complete those improvements that I just mentioned. So that's the extension of the water mains on Rose Boulevard, James Bunn, development of the new groundwater wells on James Bunn Road, Wallet Mill Road, and incorporation of the well at Shepherd's Way into the Northern Ash Water System District. So the terms of the loan would be the same as the original loan. 1.11% would be the annual percentage rate. There is a closing fee of 1.85%. So in order to avail ourselves to the additional $654,500 to use on this contract that I referenced will be advertised later this calendar year, the county would front a fee of about $12,200, I believe the number was. But again, it's just an opportunity for the county to receive additional loan funds that could be used to further the work on the Northern Ash Water System. Recognize that county intends to use some of the funds that we received through ARPA also for a future expansion on Northern Ash, maybe for some other work related to the utilities here in the county. But this is an opportunity for additional loan funds. We know those opportunities do not come by very often. Certainly the county's been talking about the Northern Ash Water System for, I would say, the better part of a decade. So again, just an opportunity for us to avail ourselves to a low-interest loan that we could use to advance our interest in expanding the water district in this portion of the county. With that said, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Boone, is it expected that the well development would take the whole $655,000?
The development of the well at James Bunn Road and Wallet Mill Road, in all likelihood, will come very close, if not exceed, the $654,000. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so any expansions to that water system would be out of the ARC funds then?
Or county coffers.
Cost, gotcha, okay. All right, other questions? Pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ariston. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
17, Northern Nash School Capital Project Ordinance Amendment. Call on Ms. Wood at this time for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just as a reference, I'll be back with a project ordinance amendment for that additional loan proceeds at the December 1st, or first meeting in December, to budget that additional money for that project. The first item that we have is the Northern Nash Elementary School Capital Project Ordinance. This is amendment to the project. This amendment is presented for approval to transfer funds from the Northern Nash Elementary School project to the Northern Nash Fieldhouse project. The funds to be transferred, which are $750,000, were originally received from the general fund balance appropriation to initiate the Northern Nash Elementary School Capital Project. Considering the installment financing and the needs-based grant funds that are in place now to cover the elementary project funding, these funds are available for transfer to another capital project.
Okay. So we set aside money in the beginning before we got any money for the elementary school, and this is that money we originally set aside because we had enough in what we put into the project plus the grant we received for the $10 million to cover it. Therefore, these funds are re-available for something, and we are putting it into the next school project.
That is correct.
Okay, I got it then. Any other questions? And I know you asked a question, and I forwarded you on to the school system. Did you get the amount of what they committed on architect fees for that?
I did. That will be in the next project ordinance for the field house.
I see that now. Gotcha. All right. Any other questions on the motion? Entertain them. Excuse me, Mr. Belfield.
Are we talking about amending for the new consolidated elementary school?
Yes, sir. So what this project, when we originally started that new elementary school project, to get the project going, the commissioners allocated or transferred $750,000 from the general fund to start that project into the capital fund for the school. And now that we have the needs-based grant in place and our installment financing for the new elementary school, those original funds to start the project are available to be used with another school project. And so this amendment is to transfer that money out to another school project.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ayrton. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion
No.
carries. Excuse me, it's a 6-1 vote then. Mr. Belfield, I want to make sure you understood what the vote was, if you don't mind. We're taking money.
That's why I was asking.
Okay. Did you get it? I won't try then. I mean, we're taking money out of that school because we don't need it, and we're putting it on a project that the school system has identified, which is a new field house at Northern Nash. So we're putting money into that.
Okay.
Still a no vote?
Well, if we're going, it's going to be put in on the item, the next item on the agenda.
It will be, yes, sir.
Well, I'll change my vote.
All right.
To yes.
To yes, okay. I want to make sure you understood what we were doing, so it's a unanimous vote. Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Ms. Wood?
Okay, this next project amendment is for this next capital project ordinance is for a Northern Nash Field House. The attached project ordinance is presented for the Northern Nash Field House construction project. This is in conjunction with Nash County Public School Board of Education. The initial funding for the project is $750,000, and this is available through a transfer from the Northern Nash Elementary School project. The funds available for transfer were originally received from the general fund balance appropriation as initial budgeting for that elementary school project prior to receiving the needs-based grant and the installment financing. And the current project, the architectural fees were $135,000, and so that's been budgeted for architectural fees with the $40,000 in professional services, putting $300,000 in construction and $275,000 in contingency at this point until we have more information.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this one?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Since I believe it's our intent to construct a field house at Northern.
Yes, sir.
That is comparable to what we've got at Southern.
Yes, sir.
So wouldn't a lot of that architectural work and professional services already be completed, which would reduce the cost of that and allow more of this money to go towards the construction?
It did reduce it some, Mr. Outlaw, but when the school system got into it, the terrain at Northern is completely opposite of the terrain at Southern, and therefore it pretty much required a complete redraw, and actually they are not using the same architectural firm because what they quoted was more than what Oakley Collier quoted, and therefore they switched to Oakley Collier, but I can tell you without that basis, it would have been more than what it is.
And I think they're planning to construct on the opposite end of where the field house is located now.
It's going opposite from where it is, but if Southern was up the hill and Northern's down the hill,
Right.
Therefore you had reverse floors of the whole field house.
I got you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Where was that, Madam Clerk?
We need a motion.
Okay. I entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ayrton, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. 19, Animal Facility Capital Project Ordinance.
Okay, the attached amendment is presented to budget the donation and the right-of-way funds available for use in the construction of the animal facility on Eastern Avenue. The donation was $1,100,000. The right-of-way funds received was $15,000, or $15,000.
And we are just receiving that money and putting it in a capital ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay.
And it originally had $600,000 from the county, so in addition to that money, there was an original capital project set up for $600,000,
Right.
and this
So
is
now we
adding.
got total of 2.1 million and count what was put in the land in. Or we already set that part up?
The land is separate from
Right,
this.
we've already set it up. I'm with you. Okay. Any questions on this? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a light sign. Motion carries. Item 20, Homeland Security Grant Project Ordinance.
Nash County has been awarded $15,669 for the 2021 Homeland Security Grant Program by the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Division of Emergency Management Department. This project for Domestic Preparedness Region 4 is for the purchase of a mobile event response trailer that will be housed in Nash County. This trailer will provide resource capabilities for an all-hazard approach to safety of responders and citizens from a rapid deployment trailer concept and to meet the soft target crowded place priority of the Homeland Security national priorities. This trailer provides high visibility resources, which would include traffic cones, barricades, signage for closing off roads, traffic diversions and detours, keeping people safe in coordinated terrorist attacks, planned events, and assisting traffic patterns for pandemic testing and vaccine administration. The project period ends February 28th, 2024.
Questions? Is this under EMS or Sheriff's Department?
This is under emergency services.
Emergency Services, okay. All right. Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. 21 budget amendments.
Okay. The first budget amendment I have is for Department of Social Services. This amendment's presented to budget additional state and federal funding available for the Department of Social Services. The amendment includes additional funding for special children adoption funds, which are based on the number of adoptions completed to enhance and/or expand the adoption program. It includes unrestricted one-time financial assistance to young adults to assist them in meeting their needs during the pandemic, and funds to provide assistance to low-income households to assist in the cost of heating expenses. It's for $299,609. No county funds are required. The next item is with Senior Services. This amendment's presented to adjust the budget for the Family Caregiver Cost Share grant to accommodate the the Family Caregiver Cost Share Program to accommodate the fiscal year 2022 donations received to date. It's $200. No county funds are required. The next item is also with Senior Services. This amendment is presented to budget an increase in the general purpose grant funding available to Senior Services. The funding requires a 25% match from the county. It's for $237. The next item is presented to budget additional SHIP grant funds available to the Senior Services. It's for $5,441. No county funds required. The next item is under the Health Department. This amendment's presented to budget additional state funding through the CDC's Advancing Equity Grant, providing funds to address COVID-19 related health disparities and to advance health equity by expanding local health department capacity and services to prevent and control infection or transmission among historically marginalized populations or other priority populations. It's $39,900. No county funds are required. The next item is under county capital. During the budget process for fiscal year 21-22, certain capital items requested were marked to be reviewed and considered for ARPA funding. After reviewing initial ARPA compliance, some of the items were not eligible for ARPA use but considered an immediate need. This budget amendment is presented to fund those immediate capital needs with an additional fund balance capital appropriation. The immediate capital needs requested include emergency communications, replacement consoles for the sheriff's 800 megahertz system, and infrastructure repairs related to the 1986 courthouse facilities, as well as funding for a comprehensive preservation plan for the Superior Courtroom. It's requesting $350,000. The next item is also part of county capital. This is coming from a reserve. County capital funds budgeted in the prior year but unused due to incomplete projects were set aside in an available pay-go capital reserve account. The following amendments presented to request available funds from this reserve to complete the Charters of Freedom paving and landscaping project and to complete the setup of the Toolwright software implementation in the detention center. It's a request of $21,650. The next item is under federal asset forfeiture funds. This amendment's presented to budget asset forfeiture fund balance and revenue received to implement a monthly stipend of $250, including related benefits for the Sheriff's Office Special Response Team. It's for $45,400. No county funds are required.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in July or early August, I was approached, this was one of the things that I was approached by the sheriff's office to provide additional funds for operations and salaries. They came to me wanting to do a raise for those 12 people, the exempt ones, and they have 12 people on their special response team, plus Captain Wilson is in charge of it. What I proposed, instead of, he said people come on it and people come off of it. And they were talking about a raise while they're on it. And it's always hard to take away money once you put it in their salary. So I proposed that for the 12 people plus Captain Wilson, who otherwise would not have been eligible because he's exempt, that for 13 people at all times, and people can come on and go off of it, that the members of the special response team would get a $250 per month stipend. If they come off of it, that stipend will go away, but it's separate from their salary, but it is taxable like income. We agreed to do that. For every employee, it's less than 10% of their salary. So we're now here coming to you, asking you to approve these funds to be used for that special monthly stipend, $250 a month, $3,000 a year if they stay on it all year. But according to Captain Wilson, people come off of it and they go on it. So this just seemed to be the easiest way to track it, and it provides these people with an incentive to participate on the special response team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Go ahead.
Okay. And the final item I have is within the water and sewer funds. This amendment's presented to budget the AIA asset inventory grants received and the related professional services for Central Nash and Northern Nash areas. Additional funding, utility funding is required for the matching requirements and the additional project costs for Central Nash. It's $310,200. The grants were $150,000 each.
All right, that's 9 budget amendments. Any questions by the board on any of those? Seeing none, entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Moved by Mr. Belfield, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Budget amendment stand approved.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is item number 22, which is board appointments, and I'll turn it over to Stacy at this time. Madam Clerk, which commissioner canceled my lunch today? Which one?
We don't have lunch.
No, which commissioner canceled it?
We're not going to call names.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Dog barked, I think. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good evening, ma'am.
The first one that we have is for the Nash County Board of Adjustments. You have seen this one for a number of months now. We still have a vacancy for alternate member number 3, and the note there indicates that we currently do not have anyone on that board representing Commissioner District Number 2, Mr. Bellfield's district. I have not been given any word that there are any nominations available right now.
Well, I thought we had filled it in the last month meeting.
No, we had.
But I know it wasn't from my district, but I thought we put someone in there.
No, we had 2 vacancies for alternate members. One was for Commissioner Wilkins' district, and then we also have a vacancy in your district.
Okay. Well, I get busy and work on that. Yeah, I thought we had filled it.
Okay.
But I knew it wasn't from my district, but I thought the position had been filled, but I'll get on it.
Yes, sir.
Belfield?
I just want to make clear, we did fill District 6, though.
We did.
That's correct. Okay, so the next one is for the Town of Momire, the Planning Board. The Town Council would like for the board to consider Wayne Manning, and he would be in the alternate for the ETJ position on that board, and also Iva Winstead for their Planning Board members.
Pleasure of the board.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by light sign. Motion carries.
Okay, and then I did have to place one at your places this morning. I apologize, I did not get this into your packet, but the Nash UNC Healthcare Board of Commissioners has provided this board with 4 candidates for their Board of Commissioners, and they are asking this board to select 3 of the 4 to fill vacancies on the Board of Commissioners. You've been provided the names for Dr. David Browder, Mike Johnson, Mr. Kevin Jones, and Dr. Gary Shiver. Did I pronounce that right?
Jerry.
Okay, and one reappointment?
Isn't Kevin Jones already on there, on that board?
He is not, sir.
He's not?
No, sir. He
And I
has been
apologize.
mentioned, this is something
The
that
reappointment.
has
And
been
the-
going on for about a year now with the hospital, and they have finally furnished us with some names. But let's get the reappointment out of the way first, because I think it's pretty simple, and it is Mr. Tucker, who is completing his 2nd term, and he's eligible for a 3rd term. I'd entertain a motion to approve him.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield first, and Mr. Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Now, the hospital has given us 4 names and asked us to pick 3 of those names, and Ms. Leggett, would you present this, since you're on the board and probably know the details better than I?
Okay, I'd be happy to, and I'll give just a little bit of background, being that this nomination has been a year in the making.
It has been.
Again, we were given 4 names from the hospital, their nominating committee, for appointment to 3 seats on the Nash Healthcare Systems Hospital Board. In recent months, our board has expressed their preference to have representation on boards coming from as many commissioner districts as possible, and therefore giving a voice to all areas of our county. As it stands right now, here are the number of hospital board seats that are represented by our districts. District 1 and 2 have 0 board members. District 3 and 6 have 1 hospital board member each. Districts 4 and 5 each have 2 members. And District 7 has the majority with 5 members. So the hospital board has 3 vacant seats that we're being asked to fill, And in consideration of this and in consideration of the nominees' extensive qualifications, I present the following slate of nominees for your approval. Dr. Mike Johnson, who's from District 1 and is also the chair of our Nash County Consolidated Human Health Board. Mr. Kevin Jones, who's from District 2, Dr. David Browder, who's from District 6. And with all this said, I move for approval of the slate of nominees presented.
Okay, any questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye. No one seconded.
You didn't get a second. I second that motion.
Thank you.
I guess you gave a motion.
Yes.
I got
And
confused.
and I didn't understand the motion. Can you explain?
The motion was to approve the slate of nominees presented, which would be Mike Johnson, Kevin Jones, and Dr. David Browder.
Okay, I
And
got you
Dr.
now. I
Shire
got you.
lives in my district, I know, so, and I already have 4 or 5?
5.
I don't know how that happened. It wasn't intentional on my part, but either way. There's the motion, a second to the motion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Arrington.
Arrington. Okay. Arrington seconded. I'm sorry I got confused on that. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Leggett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see how I get when I hadn't eat on time, Mr. Wilkins. All right, we're now on item number 23, which is monthly tax reports. And as always, Ms. Sumner is waiting for a while. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you all know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it be noted in the minutes. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if someone has them.
Any questions on the report? Report's noted to be in the minutes. Next item is number 24, and appears like you have none. Any more come in?
No, sir. I do not have any refunds for approval.
All right, we thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Didn't take long before you did it.
All right, thanks.
All right, the next item is number 25, which is commissioner comments or reports, and I will open the floor for any commissioner questions or comments. Commissioner Leggett?
Fellow members, I put at your desk a report that is from the STEP organization. It's an educational organization in our county. I serve on their board. In our recent meeting, they gave these out and asked that you guys receive a copy. So if you ever have any questions about that board, feel free to ask me.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Other comments? Mr. Outlaw?
Just want to mention that our November mid-month will be Tri-County Industries outside presentation and Board of Elections inside. Next meeting, mid-month after November will be January. So any input you have to those presentations, let myself or Stacy or Ms. Schatzer know as soon as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Other?
What's that date? Is that the 22nd or the 15th?
15th.
15th,
Yes, sir.
1:30?
Yes, sir. Only thing I have is the monthly permit report, and I'll be very quick. We had a little downturn, still not bad. We had 19 new home permits. The requests were made by 14 different builders. In addition to that, we did have a little over $1 million in commercial permits, which is not bad at all. So growth is still coming. We probably had a little bit of slowdown because, quite frankly, we're having such a problem with the delivery of the necessary materials to build anything with. Always something missing during this period of time, but I sure hope it gets better. The lumber prices have come down significantly from where they were, even though they're still a long ways from where they were 2 years ago or 18 months ago. But that's all I had. Mr. Lamb, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Got several things here. Just a reminder that the Twin Counties Hall of Fame induction dinner and program is Thursday night, this coming Thursday, November the 4th. If you haven't let Janice know of your interest in attending, please do so today. Next Thursday, November the 11th, is Veterans Day, and county offices will be closed. As has been mentioned, we do have a second meeting in November, Monday, November the 15th at 1:30. The county offices will also be closed Thursday and Friday, November 25th and 26th, in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. We also need to come up with some dates today, hopefully, or the 15th, when we can offer to the Board of Education for our joint school board meeting that we have twice a year in the spring and then in the fall. Usually our audit is presented to the board. It has to be approved by the local government commission before it's presented, and it's usually January before everything gets done. However, this year, our audit will be ready, completed, and certified at the next meeting, November the 15th. So we will have our audit presentation, and I know Finance and Donna's been on a deadline to get that done for everything she had to do for the auditors. So again, it's over a month earlier than we normally are able to get it. Sometimes we'll get it in December, but usually it's been January before they can present it. And it's going to all be ready for next 2 weeks from today. Our sales tax numbers for the month of September were again good, and we were happy to see them. 1.628 million, $1,628,415. So through the first 3 months of the year, if you remember, July was exceedingly well, did really well. And so after 3 months, we're above the 25%, well above the 25% we should be. At the last meeting, there was a discussion about reducing certain sheriff's employees from a 168-day schedule to a 160-day schedule. I believe it was Commissioner Belfield asked for a report, and I got to thank Donna for getting this to us, because she has been really busy, but we were able to quantify just the sheriff's department, not going across county departments, but just the sheriff's department. If you went from 168 to 160, and remember, 168 in a 28-day schedule rather than 160 is normal for law enforcement in North Carolina and throughout the country. I got two. Got too many? I did put on the county manager listserv, as well as during a county manager meeting, I asked for input from all the managers across the state. I found none that have a 160-day schedule. I found one that Their sheriff right now is attempting to get them to go to 160, a former highway patrolman. And the argument is that, that's how the state does it. As you can see on this, if you reduce them to 160 days in a 28-day schedule, and you pay them the 8 extra hours to fulfill their 14 12-hour shifts, then the cost would be approximately $210,359.17. These are numbers that Donna came up with, and this includes detention officers and patrol sheriff's department employees. Again, this, if you pay them the same thing they're getting paid at 168, and you pay them straight time overtime after 160, then you're effectively giving them a 5% raise. I would certainly suggest to the board that if you want to make an adjustment for those salaries, give them a 5% raise. Don't reduce their time where they're building in 5% of overtime. So just from a logical standpoint, I would argue that if you want to do something, I know they asked for 20% during the budget. We agreed to do a salary study. This came in July, August. And again, rather than being the only county in North Carolina with a 160 schedule that I have been able to find, I would argue give them a 5% raise. That would be better in my mind than to make Nash County an exception for law enforcement.
Mr. Lamb, what is the total cost for the sheriff's department and the detention center?
The total budget?
The total cost of this request?
$210,000.
So that covers both sections?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it.
Yes, sir.
So I had 9 in there. Right, I got it. Okay.
And I know y'all all are very supportive of the sheriff's department. In fact, it was reflected in this year's budget as it has been in prior year budgets. When you add the vehicles that were put in the budget, they received over a 10% increase for all the sheriff's department budgets. And we continue to get requests on a monthly basis, and I would just, again, suggest to you, my first choice would be you wait for the salary study. The sheriff and his people will be able to talk with the people doing the study, make their case on why certain people should be making more. But to adjust the 168-hour schedule to 160 as a way to give them a 5% raise and to justify it based on what the federal and state government does, I think is not the best approach. For one thing, I don't think the federal government has passed a budget in a couple decades. They do continuing resolutions, and they borrow 30 cents on every dollar they spend. State government doesn't have a budget right now after 4 months after the deadline. So just because the state highway patrol or the federal DEA or whatever are on a 160 schedule, 28-day schedule, does not mean that Nash County should necessarily be on a 160 schedule. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Questions on the report of Mr. Lamb?
One comment I wanted to make about the public schools. Can we just make it a part of the record today that we're going to request the public schools to give us projections for growth in the county in its entirety, southern, northern, central, whatever, for the next 2, 5, 10 years? Because every time we have a rezoning matter, there's always a comment about growth and not being able to meet the needs. So I know we've been talking about this for months, and hopefully at our next meeting, I'd like to request that the school board present something to us to give us some feel for what those needs are going to be. Because I'm like everybody else, I don't want to be caught here needing a $10, $20 million school on a moment's notice.
Yeah, I agree, and I would argue that given the recent approvals of lots, that the school system needs to start planning for a new southern elementary school.
Well, that would be my point.
Yeah.
Mr. Outlaw, you're speaking of our joint meeting coming up. I suppose.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Make that clear.
I mean, we've asked, kind of mentioned this to them before, but we need to see something that they've looked at seriously.
You know, we asked previously that the planning department start providing the school system with everything that we approved, and I think we've probably been doing that for a year or so. Now, other questions on the 160 versus 168? Mr. Lamb, the only question I'd have, I think you did this, but when you say we'd be the only county,
That we've been able to ascertain.
right, so we really don't know that to be the fact, but the ones where we try to reach out to. I know during one of that presentation, it was mentioned that Edgecombe was already doing this. Is that the one that you say is currently studying it? You mentioned somebody.
No, that was Currituck. Edgecombe wrote to me that they're on a 171 schedule. That was Eric Evans, indicated by email that they were on a 171 schedule.
Which is worse than what we got.
Well, it's, law enforcement exception is 168, and then I think you have to pay them time and a half.
Anything over 141 hours per 28-day period is calculated at time and a half.
Right.
Whether it's a decision of a comp time or wages paid.
Okay, I remember that now.
Yeah. And I also heard from Rutherford County, but again, I put it on the listserv and got, I think, 2 responses there. And then every other week, we have a manager's conference call. And I requested that that managers send to me any information they have, particularly if they were other than 168. And I got one response that they were at 168.
So that manager call you referred to is all 100 counties?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I know everybody's not there.
Yeah. It was 90 or so.
I always thought you meant in our immediate area, but that's,
Yeah.
okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
And if the sheriff's office can provide us with other information, we would certainly consider it. Again, I would argue we should let the study go forward, and as a second choice, that you consider giving them what they're trying to get anyway, and that's a 5% raise.
Okay. All right, and one last question. Will that be an item that is given to the consultant we approved today to have on their list of things to look at?
I can assure you it will be on the list of things for the consultant to look at,
Okay.
both from our end and the sheriff's end.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, any other questions about this report? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lamb.
I don't have, oh, that's all I have. Thank you.
School board joint meeting, they host this one, if I'm correct, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Clerk saying yes. And they have asked us for a date.
No, sir.
They have not. But we know we need to do it. And we normally do it in October, if I'm not mistaken, maybe November.
It's been November the last
Okay.
couple years. It got backed up to November. I think it started off as October, but in recent
Well,
years.
since it's their host meeting, why don't we, Madam Clerk, just contact them and tell them we won't have that meeting in November because they suggest some dates, and after the 15th possible, and then we'll clear it up on the 15th. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds good.
Okay.
We'll try to do it between the 15th and the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
Right. And I certainly would like to keep the tradition of having it because I always think we do some good in doing that. And we've got one item for the agenda already that we can ask them to put on the agenda. Okay, thank you. If there's no other comment from commissioners, entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time, and the closed session will be for economic development and matters of attorney-client privileges. Is it the pleasure of the board to stay in this room or go to the committee room?
Stay here.
Stay here. Any objection to staying here? Entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and we'll take a 5-minute recess to give Andy a chance to get here.